from the working class movement, therefore provided a very apt background for the Fabians' peculiar version of it. However, there were, in theory, two ways of evolving a social theory more nearly in line with realities than the laissez-faire orthodoxy of the past, and especially one which legitimized the new activities of state and business. It could be done by developing certain strands of liberal radicalism, example the trust-busting line of argument, which allowed for a great deal more in the way of collective action than laissez-faire. On the other hand, a variety of possible non-liberal traditions mostly foreign could be drawn upon to construct an alternative theory to laissez-faire, German Hegelianism in Philosophie, the historicist economists and Kathedersozialisten, the positivists, and actual socialism. All these had the advantage of not being historically intertwined with laissez-faire. Both APPROUCHES had their champions. But two things are to be noted. First, that the normal mode of left-wing advance from liberal radicalism was via a development of radical ideas, because the normal location of the British left-wing in the immediate past had been on the left flank of the Liberal Party. It was natural for the Social Democratic Federation to develop out of an alliance of radical workers' clubs, for Henry George to provide the bridge between radicalism and socialism for so many of the early British socialists, and for the labor movement to refuse not entirely logically to play off conservatives against liberals in politics. Conversely, the bodies which deliberately broke with liberal theory, normally represented imperialist, big business, or other tendencies loosely classifiable as right-wing. 14 Now the Fabians, at any rate the group which determined the society's policy and ideology, belong very firmly to the second group, partly in their theory, partly in their affiliations. In the international method and strait of the economists, which in fact divided the liberals from the non-socialist anti-liberals, the Webbs were extreme, if tacit, partisans of the historicist school. Their debt to the Oxford Hegelians is vastly less than Halavy supposed, but there can be no doubt that the home-baked theories which Sidney Webb was evolving before his marriage to Beatrice, ran strikingly parallel with theirs. It is interesting that the Webbs should have found their most congenial political associates for so long in the group of liberal imperialists who formed round that Bismarckian collectivist, R.B. Haldane. It is equally interesting that both the Webbs and Shaw should, partly in line with their debt to the economics of F.A. Walker, the American, have shown a marked preference for big, or even monopolist, busyness over small and medium business, as being both more efficient, more long-sighted, capable of paying higher wages, and less committed to laissez-faire. 15 These affiliations explain both the anomaly of Fabian attitudes within the labor movement up to the First World War, and their ineffectiveness. For in the actual situation of Britain, those who cut themselves off from the powerful and deeply rooted liberal traditions were likely to fail. The paradox of Britain was that even the theories and policies most at variance with the Cobdenite orthodoxies of the past, succeeded only insofar as they were allied with or operated in the framework of historic liberalism. Joseph Chamberlain failed, Campbell Bannerman and Lloyd George succeeded. Milner and Rhodes were, in terms of British politics, freaks, but the liberal imperialists were not. Yet neither the Fabian failures nor their affiliations make them into mere ideologists of imperialism, corporation capitalism, and the state bureaucracy which belongs to it. They are in their own minds socialists. If they had not been, they would probably not have established links with the labor and socialist movement, let alone have gravitated further into its orbit. Their socialism was of a peculiar kind, partly because their rejection of the main and proletarian tradition of socialism forced them to seek another which did not rely on the working class, and their rejection of liberal radicalism closed some other obvious theoretical avenue, partly because the deeply entrenched and dominant orthodoxy of mid-Victorian laissez-faire really made the difference between the theories demanding greater state action against it appear small and relatively unimportant. The phrase "we are all socialists" now appeared less cynical than it does today. 4. No hypothesis which seeks to link ideas with their social background can be proved to everyone's entire satisfaction. We can therefore merely, in conclusion, summarize the main evidence. First, the Fabian society's social composition was peculiar not only because it was resolutely non-proletarian, but because it contained a large proportion of a nouvelle couche sociale, whose importance they fully recognized. Quite possibly in both these respects it was unique in the international socialist movement. While there were plenty of socialist groups in fact composed mainly of non-proletarians, it is hard to think of any which did not at least lay claim to honorary working class status or regard themselves in some sense as subordinate to the working class or the masses. Second, the leading Fabian group was both non-Marxist, non-Jacobin/radical and non-liberal. It regarded not so much capitalism as the laissez-faire Cobdenite type of capitalism of mid-Victorian Britain as its immediate and chief enemy. Third, the socialist theory which came to dominate the society was both non-Marxist and non-liberal. Its affiliations were with theories which, in other political contexts, belonged to imperialism, big business, government administration, and the political right. Fabians who belonged to other traditions either tended to fall silent or to drift away from the society. This was notably the case with William Clark, the Fabian essayist who belonged most firmly into the radical Jacobin tradition, with Graham Wallas, an instinctive liberal, and probably also with Ramsay MacDonald. 312. The anti-liberalism of the society was, of course, widely recognized, at all events from the middle 1890s. At heart, principal leaders are bureaucrats not democrats was written as early as 1901, though the hysterical opposition to the old gang on these grounds only developed between 1906 and 1914.164. The actual policies of the society, up to just before the First World War, were almost always at variance with those of most other sections of the political left, radical or socialist. The Fabians were in fact, insofar as they cut themselves off from the left, rather more sectarian than the Marxists. It is the contention of this paper that these four peculiarities are closely connected with each other. If this is so, then the revision of Fabian history must go further than the mere quantitative reduction in Fabian influence which has so far been its main achievement. The Fabians cannot be seen, as Edward Bernstein saw them when he derived his revisionism from English experience and Fabian contacts, as merely a particularly empirical, hard-headed, and anti-romantic group within the British socialist movement, and for this reason the pioneers of the rejection or revision of doctrinaire Marxism. 17. It cannot be seen, as its latest official historian still sees it, as the founder of a basic Fabian tradition of the abolition of poverty through legislation and administration, of the communal control of production and social life, and of the conversion of the British public and of the British governing class by a barrage of facts and informed propaganda. 18. The Fabians were not revisionists in the sense the word acquired round the end of the 1890s, because few of their more vocal members had ever been Marxists, because what they rejected was not merely some parts of Marxist theory by no means alii but the sectarianism and romantic insurrectionary phrase-mongering, which was in fact rejected by a great many other people, including Frederick Engels, and because the British left had quite sufficient established theories of gradual and piecemeal change without having to wait for the Fabians to formulate them. Nor was there anything specifically novel or Fabian about writing factual pamphlets in support of left-wing, indeed even of socialist or semi-socialist objects. Their refusal to hold distinctive opinions on the marriage question, religion, art, abstract economics, historic evolution, currency, or any other subject than its own special business of practical democracy and socialism. 10. Would not prove the society particularly practical, even if it had been true. Their capacity to draft specific measures of reform would be a sign of hard-headedness only if they had also envisaged how these reforms could be implemented. For want of this their new Reform Bill of 1891 was as utopian a proposal as their proposal to municipalize the milk supply, the Webb's Constitution of a Socialist Commonwealth, or for that matter the entirely stillborn Minority Report of the Poor Law Commission. And nothing could have been more impractical than the actual political strategy and tactics of the Fabians during the period when they followed political aims wholly or partly outside the labor parties. The break with past interpretations of Fabianism must be more complete than such negative criticism. They must be seen not as an essential part of the socialist and labor movement, but as an accidental one. Their history must be written not in terms of the socialist revival of the 1880s, but in terms of the middle-class reactions to the breakdown of mid-Victorian certainties, the rise of new strata, new structures, new policies, within British capitalism, as an adaptation of the British middle classes to the era of imperialism. We would then still 314. Have to explain why the society arose within the small socialist movement of the 1880s, why they remained within its orbit, and indeed gravitated further towards it, and why several leading individuals among them were always, as their subsequent development demonstrated, socialists within the traditional meaning of the term, and not merely people who used the word socialism as a vague or convenient pseudonym for aims which did not, fundamentally, imply the socialization of the economy. These are lesser questions, especially the last, which may largely be reduced to the biographical problem of a few individuals. Nevertheless, they must be answered. Yet if the Fabians are seen, as I have suggested, as the expression of a new social stratum, they can be answered without much difficulty. For the position of the new salaried professional, administrative, technological and intellectual cadres of post-laissez-faire capitalism is a double-edged one. Largely indispensable in the modern versions of the capitalist economy, often recruited from the established middle classes or assimilated socially to the wealthy class, neither private enterprise nor the profit motive are essential to their functioning. 20 Moreover, they are often an elite of intelligence and ability, recruited from below. There may be social and historical reasons why the members of such strata should consider their fortunes linked to those of capitalism, but, as Sidney Webb was never tired of repeating, no functional ones. A socialism equally adaptable to operating under post-laissez-faire capitalism or socialism expresses the situation perfectly. Two final questions arise, if the argument so far has been accepted. The first is why the leading Fabians should have expected, in the actual situation of Britain, the new social stratum to have abandoned the lure of the capitalist fleshpots for the less tangible rewards of socialism. The second, why, in social terms, such an ideology should have arisen at this time in Britain and not elsewhere. The first of these questions can also be answered fairly easily. The Fabian view of what rewards the professional should expect is clear. In material terms they are, as we have seen, a certain conception of what constitutes a becoming livelihood in class of society. An income representing that standard. 21 In non-material terms they are the rewards of interesting and creative work, a life of fascinating interest to the exercise of faculty, and in the consciousness of service rendered, rather than in accumulating riches for themselves and their descendants. 22 It is interesting that the writer and especially the scientist should serve as the Fabian model here, but even more interesting that the socialist professional of the future should so strikingly resemble the ideal type of the liberal professional middle class of Victorian Britain, sufficiently comfortable not to need to pursue money for material reasons, sufficiently secure in an accepted and respected social rank to be genuinely without envy of the idle rich or the business profiteers, sufficiently interested in their work to pursue it for their own sake, and sufficiently at one with society to feel themselves to be of social use. Among the many failures of the Fabians, the failure to analyze the nature and historical basis of their model of the socialist elite is not the least striking. Our second question is already partly answered. The rest of the answer, we suggest, is as follows. Fabianism emerged in Britain and not elsewhere, because in Britain the nouvelle couche sociale was indeed new. The educated senior administrator or bureaucrat, the technologically or scientifically trained manager or businessman, even the office worker, or for that matter a national system of primary, secondary, and higher education, were commonplace in Germany and France from the early 19th century, but not in Britain. The archaism of Britain's economic, social, and political structure, which explains why any departure from Manchester practice in Cobden's day could genuinely appear indistinguishable from socialism to intelligent men, also explains why the sort of people whom the Fabians believed themselves to represent and to whom they appealed, only emerged en masse in the last 30 years before 1914. As late as 1897 a capable observer of the British scene 23 could still marvel at the first results of primary education and selection by examination. The first London board school boys who entered the higher civil service, the church, or public school teaching, were still worth recording by name. The transformation of journalism into a liberal profession attracting specialists of all kinds to its columns was a matter of yesterday. Public administration, which had grown modestly to little more than 100,000 occupied males by 1881, was about to rise to almost 300,000 by 1911. The professions which had risen by a third between 1851 and 1881, were about to rise by two-thirds in the next 30 years. A new stratum was coming into existence. It is never easy for such a group, especially in its earlier stages, to fit into a social structure not designed to hold it, and which it is not strong enough to modify. The middle-class socialism of the Fabians reflects the unwillingness, or the inability, of the people for whom they spoke, to find a firm place in the middle and upper-class structure of late Victorian Britain. For this period several printed membership lists are available, from which I have attempted to trace the occupations of as many Fabians as possible. The sources for this analysis are too numerous to mention, but such was the character of the Fabian Society. Biographical indications are available for a good many members. The resulting sample is not, of course, representative. The number of clergymen, doctors, and trade unionists, which is likely to be more or less exhaustive, may serve as a check on the remainder. Groups 1 to 10 include some women whose professions are known, but the majority were not yet professionally occupied. 15. The labor aristocracy in 19th century Britain. THEPHRASE aristocracy of labor * seems to have been used from the middle of the 19th century at least to describe certain distinctive upper strata of the working class, better paid, better treated and generally regarded as more respectably * and politically moderate than the mass of the proletariat. This essay is an attempt to survey what we know about the labor aristocrats in the 19th century. It falls into three parts: a general introduction, an attempt to estimate the size of the stratum in various periods, and a discussion of some special problems of it. Some general points. The subdivisions of the 19th century. The history of the century, and with it of the working class, falls into three fairly well-defined periods, each of which consists of a phase of general business prosperity succeeded by a phase of general business difficulties. The first period, the classical age of the Industrial Revolution, saw the birth of the modern working class. The second saw capitalism as erected on the earlier foundations, rule supreme. It may be regarded as the classical period of the 19th century labor aristocracy. With the third we enter the age of imperialism and monopoly capitalism, and, technically speaking, of the development of mass production, and the great expansion of secondary and tertiary industries. We also enter the period of the permanent crisis. 32-2. Of the British capitalist economy. However, the most striking changes occurred after 1914. The first half of the period has been included in this discussion, chiefly because the mass of statistical inquiries made between 1890 and 1914 cast an invaluable retrospective light on the 19th century. What is a labor aristocracy? There is no single, simple criterion of membership of a labor aristocracy. At least 6 different factors should, theoretically, be considered. First, the level and regularity of a worker's earnings; second, his prospects of social security; third, his conditions of work, including the way he was treated by foremen and masters; fourth, his relations with the social strata above and below him; fifth, his general conditions of living; lastly his prospects of future advancement and those of his children. Of these the first is incomparably the most important, and also the only one about which we have anything like comprehensive information, however inadequate. We may therefore use it as our main criterion. Throughout the century the man who earned a good regular wage was also the man who put enough by to avoid the poor law, to live outside the worst slum areas, to be treated with some respect and dignity by employers and to have some freedom of choice in his job, to give his children a chance of a better education and so on. The regularity of the earnings is important. Workers who earned good, but irregular or fluctuating wages, were not normally regarded as labor aristocrats in the national sense. For instance, gas stokers, almost two-thirds of whom earned $355 a week in 1906.1. They did, however, in certain instances, regard themselves as aristocrats compared with the mass of their fellow workers, as for instance, London stevedores did, compared with ordinary dock laborers. The nature of the labor aristocracy. Socially speaking, the best paid stratum of the working class merged with what may be loosely called the lower middle class. Indeed, the term lower middle class was sometimes used to include the aristocracy of labor. 2 In the earlier part of the century, this would mean mainly small shopkeepers, some independent masters, foremen, and managers. Towards the end of the century it would also mean clerks and the like. Thus in Bolton in the 1890s it included the best paid clerks, bookkeepers, managers and the better sort of working folk too. In Salford, about the same time, it was reckoned to include commercial travellers, clerks, lithographic printers, joiners, cabinet makers, grocers' assistants and down to colliers, for skilled labor aristocrats being, if anything, superior in social status to many white-collar workers. The most comprehensive picture of this composite stratum is given by the Departmental Committee on Pupil Teachers, since this occupation seems to have been mainly drawn from its children. In Birmingham they came from among children of workers and managers of small works, clerks and tradespeople. In Merthyr they came from among colliers, or a class slightly removed from it, that of overmen at collieries and gaffers as they call them. In Bradford they came from a better off class, in Manchester from among labourers, mechanics, or small shopkeepers, in Lambeth from artisan class and tradesman class, in Exeter from clerks and a certain proportion of foremen or cashiers in shops. The entrants to a Chelsea training college were drawn from carpenters and joiners, clerks, gardeners, tailors and drapers, commercial travellers and agents, engineers, blacksmiths and wheelwrights, painters, machine workers in mills, managers or sub-managers in mills, grocers, boot and shoemakers, cabinet makers, farmers, accountants, and butlers. 5 However, we must remember that many 19th century British communities consisted almost completely of manual workers, so that the aristocracy of labor would be virtually unalloyed. This shading over of the aristocracy of labor into other strata is important, for it helps to explain its politicality. 3-4. Tudes. Thus its persistent liberal radicalism in the 19th century is easily understood, as also its failure to form an independent working class party. Only when imperialism began to cut off the aristocracy of labor from the managerial and small master class with whom it had merged, and, from the vastly expanded white-collared classes, a new, and politically conservative labor aristocracy, did a labor party attract them. If the boundaries of the labor aristocracy were fluid on one side of its territory, they were precise on another. An artisan or craftsman was not under any circumstances to be confused with a laborer. The artisan creed with regard to the laborers is that the latter are an inferior class and that they should be made to know and kept in their place. 7 The secretary of the Boilermakers' Union was appalled at the thought of a laborer being allowed to do craftsman's work, for it would not be desirable for a man of one class to go to another class. The secretary of the operative spinners was certain that his men differed from the piecers and the less skilled in general in their superior ability. The employers have had a splendid selection and they select the giants. In working capacity 8 Before the rise of the new unions of 1889, the boundaries of the aristocracy and of trade unionism were normally, for the great waves of general and unskilled organization were temporarily believed to coincide, insofar as these were any unions at all. As his title of unskilled implies, wrote a working man, he has no handicraft and he has no union. 9 In fact, it was commonly believed that unions did not make groups of workers strong so much as indicate that they were already strong. 10 There was truth in this identification of the labor aristocracy with the unionists, The Trade Union Register of 1871 London shows how few, and how weak, the Union branches were in the East End districts. 11 The frontier between labour aristocrats and others was often a geographical one. Between the labourers and the labour aristocracy there lived workers who belonged to neither group, but shaded into each, better-off labourers, ordinary skilled workers and such like. No clear line divided the labour aristocracy from these, though the aristocrat would certainly regard himself as superior in kind to these men who, while very honest and anxious to do well, yet from deficiency of education, and perhaps some lack of moral strength and courage, not equal to the first class of men. 12 Indeed, the superficial observer might sometimes see the working class merely as a complex of sectional groups and grades with their social superiority and inferiority, without observing the major divisions. 2. The size of the labour aristocracy. Up to the 1840s. It is doubtful whether in this period we can speak of a labour aristocracy at all, though its elements already existed. It is even doubtful whether we can speak of a proletariat in the developed sense at all, for this class was still in the process of emerging from the mass of petty producers, small masters, countrymen, etc., of pre-industrial society, though in certain regions and industries it had already taken fairly definite shape. This makes the process of analysis extremely difficult. In this period it is probably simpler to operate with the concept of the working people or labouring poor, which was then much in use. 13 i.e., to include all those who were of course in effect most British workers already depended wholly on their wages for subsistence, but the form of these wages was still often, as among domestic outworkers, some types of miners, etc., that of a price for commodities sold rather than labour power sold. The point where such payment ceases to be a price for goods and becomes a piece rate wage is not always easy to determine in a period of transition. 326. Exploited and oppressed by industrial capitalism in one group, definite proletarians, semi-proletarian outworkers, small producers and traders in revolt against large capitalists, and the peculiar transitional and intermediate forms between them. 14 Nevertheless, it may be useful from the point of view of analysis to isolate that section of the labouring poor which may be regarded as proletarian, i.e., which consisted substantially of wage workers who possessed no significant means of production. We have no general estimates of the proportion of the labouring poor which was proletarian, mainly because contemporary statisticians automatically classed skilled and specialized workers with masters and independent producers, distinguishing masters only in agriculture, though they habitually isolated laborers, i.e., the unskilled, the miners and similar groups, as a separate class. 15 If we take that section of the country which was still pre-industrial, i.e., those employed in retail, trade and in handicrafts as masters or workers in 1841, and compare it with the numbers described as labourers, we find that in the English agricultural counties the labourers formed between 1/6 and 1/2 of the number of craft masters and workmen, and normally between 1/4 and 1/3. Their proportion in urbanised areas such as Middlesex, Surrey, Kent, Edinburgh, York City was much the same, though perhaps a little higher. 16 That for the purely agricultural Scottish counties was much lower. Within the masters and workmen the proportion of each, and of independent petty commodity producers varied. In 1851 about 80% of master tailors, about 71% of master shoemakers, almost 90% of master blacksmiths employed 0 to 2 men, though about 60% of master builders, just over 60% of tanners, rather over 50% brewers, and rather under half of machine and engine makers employed between 3 and 19 men. 17 We may therefore assume, as a rough guess, that in the unrevolutionized industries the wage earners might average between 50 and 80% of the occupied population, the non-laborers forming at least half of them, and probably very much more. 2 pieces of evidence bearing on the matter may be given for what they are worth. An investigation in Hull City in 1839, which distinguished employed from non-employed handicraftsmen, shows about 75% of the occupied population to have been workers. 18 A single zealous enumerator in Newcastle did the same in 1851, about 80% of those classified American Samoa neither masters nor laborers or watermen were thus enumerated as journeymen, i.e., wage earners. 19 A rather fuller sample of 12 enumeration districts in Newcastle shows the number of laborers to be about equal to the combined number of journeymen and other non-masters. A sample of 5 enumeration districts in Bristol gives a somewhat lower proportion of laborers to journeymen, though the difference may not be significant. In the factory industries, textiles, mining, iron, and steel, the proportion of full-time wage earners was of course much higher, for the semi-proletarian outworkers, framework knitters, handloom weavers, etc. must be reckoned among them. The proportion of unskilled was also notably higher, even where women and child labor was not prevalent. However, all but a few supervisory and specialist workers in these occupations were often still regarded as laborers, though of a superior kind. In general, therefore, it is best for this period not to separate the elements of a proletarian aristocracy from the rest of the laboring poor. An inquiry in Bristol in 1838 established that 15.7% of the heads of working-class families were depositors in savings banks, members of benefit societies or of trade clubs. That in Hull in 1839 shows between 10 and 13% of workers to have possessed amply furnished dwellings, as against between 25 and 30% of ill-furnished ones, which is perhaps a more accurate crit. 328. Non.20 This may serve as a rough guide to the size of the upper stratum of the working population. Beyond this we can, of course, establish individual categories of workers who can be regarded as labor aristocrats, and who sometimes showed the typical conservatism and sectional exclusiveness of their type, notably among those craftsmen whose position was substantially unaffected, where it was not actually strengthened, by the Industrial Revolution, printers, metal workers, 21 craft producers of luxury goods and the like. It is no accident that the Manchester compositors refused to celebrate the Reform Bill 22 while the iron founders eschewed strikes and believed in peaceful negotiation, and the engineers failed to take part in the movement for general union and remained neutral in 1842.23. Indeed, it is hard to think of a machine builder or iron founder who was prominent in the great movements of 1830 to 42, though plenty of other craftsmen were. However, the changes affecting even those who between 1780 and 1815 could have been regarded as labor aristocrats were so complex and far-reaching, that it is best not to attempt a general assessment. 1840 to 90s. In this period the problem of the intermediate and transitional strata becomes less troublesome. At any rate, a proletariat in the strict sense is now easier to discern, though one working in small units of production. Nevertheless, a large though diminishing zone of petty workshop production still. These calculations throw some light on the much discussed problem of what happened to the working class standard of living. The classical view that it declined in the period after 1815 has been queried by Clapham, Ashton, and other economic historians. Their argument rests mainly on the contention that indices of real wages rose between 1815 and the 1840s. It has already been undermined by the doubts which have been thrown on the cost of living statistics on which it rests. Still, it can be shown that the real wages of some workers probably rose. But if, as I have here argued, the favored strata of the working population were much less numerous than the rest, the optimistic view falls to the ground. However, this is not the place to pursue this important discussion. See above, chapters 5 to 7. Surrounded modern industry. If factory bootmaking and tailoring made progress, especially from the 1870s, in 1891 there was still in Scotland one master to every 4 wage-earning tailors, 1 to every 2 shoemakers. If lace, hosiery, wool, jute, and the rest of textiles became factory trades, the numerous small metal industries of the Birmingham and Sheffield areas remained complexes of specialized workshop and outwork production. Indeed, in the Birmingham area as late as 1931 almost 10% of those employed in foundry and secondary processes and other metal industries, and 25% of those employed in the jewelry and plate industry, and these industries comprised 120,000 persons, were employers or independent producers. 24 Nevertheless, though small-scale production renews itself at every stage of capitalist development to some extent, it does and did so on a decreasing scale and in increasing dependence on large-scale enterprise. Some general estimates for the size of the labor aristocracy during this period may be made. The first is Dudley Baxter's estimate of that section of the working class which earned an average wage rate of $285 or more in 1867. This comprised 0.83 million men out of 7.8 million working class men, women, and children, or about 11%. If we deduct agricultural laborers and female domestic servants, the percentage is something under 15.25. The second is based on the membership of the trade unions before the 1889 expansion. 1. Of the characteristic strong bargainers of this period. The first reliable estimate of general trade union membership, that of the Webbs in 1892, puts it at about 20% of the working class, which is probably on the high side. If we have this to allow for organized non-aristocratic, we shall not go far wrong. It may be recalled. Trade union membership statistics before the expansion of 1871 to 73 are unrepresentative except for isolated crafts or towns. Those of the mid-70s after the subsidence of the influx of 1871 to 73 but before the contraction of the Great Depression. 330. That may have estimated the percentage of society men in the average London craft at about 0.26. These estimates are really based on more or less plausible guesses, and are here given only because they are not inconsistent with the better ones for the subsequent period. An estimate, also based on Baxter, of the size of the lower stratum, those earning less than 20s, may be given for the sake of completeness. It amounts to 3.3 millions, or just over 40% of the working class, exclusive of agricultural laborers, soldiers, and pensioners and women domestic servants. 27 This percentage is also curiously like those revealed by subsequent social surveys. For the actual composition of this aristocracy, Baxter is an unreliable guide, since his estimates neglect irregularity of earnings altogether and average the very high and very low earners in each trade in the habitual fashion of Victorian investigators. The composition of the trade union movement in 1875 is a better guide. Somewhat more than half of it was made up of craftsmen in trades little affected by the Industrial Revolution, builders, engineers, shipbuilders, and the like, and various older crafts. The rest was composed mainly of miners, iron and steel workers, and skilled textile operatives, of whom the last were the smallest, but numerically the most stable group. A list of the trades with the highest weekly wage rates may supplement this. This table indicates the composition of the super-aristocracy rather than the run-of-the-mill of prosperous artisans, and may be compared with that for the period 1890 to 1914. We may note that a list compiled for the first half of the century would not have read very differently. Are vitiated by the uneven organization of different aristocratic asterisk trades. Hence those of 1890 to 94, minus the non-aristocrats, are the best guide. Can we track the labor aristocracy down more closely? Not to the point of making reliable numerical estimates asterisk. Nevertheless, a general survey is possible. 3 facts stand out: the decline of domestic work and the corresponding rise of the factory system, the relative decline of textiles and the old consumer goods trades, and the rise of the heavy and metal working industries, the rise of woman labor. All three are connected. Thus the rise of woman labor is statistically masked by its decline in some domestic industries, while the percentage of occupied women did not increase significantly between 1851 and 1891. No less than 122,000 disappeared from such occupations as ribbon, lace, straw hat, shirt, and glove manufacture and sewing. 2s The decline in domestic work may or may not have increased the proportion of labor aristocrats, or improved the position of workers in the affected industries, but it made the aristocracy of labor more prominent and lowered the political temperature of the industries concerned. Domestic workers in the great putting out industries tended to live in specialized villages or town districts and were easily and obviously formed into large agglomerations dependent on one or two masters. Instances of master nailers controlling 1,800 to 2,000 workers are known. 29 Thus their decline in effect decreased the average size of unit. In the small factory or the labyrinthine complex of interlocking specialized workships, such as we find in the hosiery industry, the Birmingham gun trade or some Sheffield trades, the indispensable craftsman or specialized operative not only was more important but saw himself to be more important. Also cohesion was more difficult. The Cradley Heath outworkers made their ill-fated attempts at trade unionism while the Birmingham craftsmen barely knew even craft societies. 30 The same is true of the increasing proportion of women in various industries. Though this created the possibility of an organized female proletariat, which was not widely utilized before the 1880s, and then only in cotton, it tended to leave the skilled males more obviously prominent and dominant. Thus the percentage of male spinners in the total cotton factory labor force fell from 15 in 1835 to 5 in 1886-31, while the proportion of women and adolescent girls rose from 48.1 in 1835 to 60.6 in 1907, averaging about 55 in our decades. 32 In the worst industry the proportion of adult males halved between 1853 and 1886.33. The same is true of that of male woolen weavers in Leeds and the heavy woolen district. 34 Though the main decline appears to have occurred after the 1870s. In hosiery the proportion of men fell from 3 to 2/5 of the total labor force between 1851 and 1891. Only in the lace industry did it rise in a declining labor force, thanks to the decline of hand working. Hence in those textile industries in which aristocracies of labor established themselves, cotton, hosiery, lace, they became more prominent, though the textile workers probably formed a diminishing percentage of the labor aristocracy of the whole country. The same is true of other consumer goods industries, with the exception of many small-scale workshop metal trades. Where the factory system developed further, the situation of the labor aristocracy was similar to that in textiles, though its numbers may have been smaller and its position less assured the more modern the factory system was. Factory production, or analogous systems, only gave rise to a sizable labor aristocracy in the 19th century, where machinery was imperfect and dependent on some significant manual skill. The British cotton industry is the only one among European industries of this type which made spinners into such an aristocracy, being the earliest and technically the most primitive. However, in boot factories in the J860s the aristocracy seemed to have amounted to more than 20 per cent. 35 where expansion took the form of subcontracting, putting out and general sweating. Labor aristocracies could maintain themselves, for instance, by specializing on high-grade work, but in the midst of an increasing mass of outworkers or depressed craftsmen. Table 2, below, drawn from the 1906 census, illustrates the situation of such craft industries undergoing transition, though these are not necessarily the trades affected in 1850 to 90. On balance, the labor aristocracy of such trades may have declined as a proportion of the total group. This decline was accentuated by the rise of almost wholly non-aristocratic industries such as transport and coal mining, though the aristocracy in both probably increased during the period. 37 In 1851 miners, seamen, railwaymen, carters, and the like formed about 500,000, in 1881 over 1.3 million. However, this rise is in fact largely a transfer of farm laborers or other unskilled workers to somewhat better paid occupations, and thus disturbed the general working class hierarchy less than one might think. On the other hand, the period saw an immense reinforcement of the labor aristocracy in the rise of the metal industries. Thus iron workers trebled their numbers between 1851 and 1881, shipbuilders, engineers and the like more than trebled theirs. The percentage of skilled men in many of these industries was extremely high, perhaps as high as 70 to 75 in engineering 88, and their relative position certainly improved. The rise of iron shipbuilding lowered the percentage of the aristocrats, which had been overwhelming on wooden ships, though not all equally prosperous 89, and it probably stood at 50 to 60% until the rise of automatic machines. 40 The number of printers, another industry with a high skilled percentage, also more than trebled. The case of the iron and steel industry is slightly different. The percentage of skilled men in iron was high, almost 44 in Levi's 1865 sample 41, and wages were high, but earnings were irregular and the actual amount of poverty among them appears to have been high, as was the general squalor and backwardness of their centers. Towns like Middlesbrough, Wolverhampton, and Neath come near the top of any list of illiteracy or old age pauperism. 42 Nevertheless, the abnormally high nominal wages and the universal prevalence of subcontracting made iron and steel a stronghold of the labor aristocracy. The building trades also grew relatively, and as they retained their old structure, maintained the strength of the labor aristocracy. The period therefore probably saw a transfer of the center of gravity within the labor aristocracy from the old pre-industrial crafts to the new metal industries, and the emergence of some elements of a labor aristocracy in trades previously regarded as composed essentially of laborers. Its relative numerical strength may not, however, have increased from the 1890s to 1914. In this period genuinely useful statistics begin to appear. We emerge from obscurity into something like daylight. Above all, we possess reliable general estimates of the size of 33.6. Various working class strata, semi-proletarian elements now being much less important than before. Since most social surveys were more interested in isolating destitution from the rest than in separating exceptional comfort, we know more about the bottom stratum than about the top. The estimates are consistent with one another. In Booth's London, the poor, the very poor and the lowest class between them formed 30.7% of the total population of 40% of the working class. In Rowntree's York, the equivalent classes formed 27.8% of the population and 43% of the working wage earners. 43 A more impressionistic estimate for the potteries gives much the same figure, 3/8. 44 40% is therefore a good enough rough measure of the submerged section of the workers, of whom 2/3 would, at one time or another of their lives, mainly in old age, become actual paupers, the ultimate degradation. 45 It should be noted that this section is considerably larger than the number of those earning what was technically a laborer's wage. Thus the families whose income was less than £2.15 formed only 13.8% of the York wage earners, and the primary poverty line in Bowley and Burnet Hurst's Five Towns survey of 1910-12 was drawn above 13 or 13.5% of households or 16% of workers. 46 Estimates for the top stratum are also fairly consistent with one another. Owen estimates it at 1/8, say 13% in the potteries in 1900. In Booth's sample of 75,000 London workers, 17% earned above 405, but he considered this somewhat too favorable. Class F in his East End investigations contained 14.9% of workers. 47 However, the sample of 356,000 workers from 38 industries covered in the 1,886 wage census included only 8.1% with wages over 355.48. We may assume as a rough guide that the labor aristocracy included not more than 15% of the working class, though it might be enlarged by the inclusion of the best paid clerks, bookkeepers, managers, etc. All impressions agree that they formed a smallish minority. 49. The important point to note about this aristocracy of labor is that it did not include all workers who could be technically described as skilled or as craftsmen. While it is safe to say that practically no woman earned more than a laborer's wage, and almost as safe to say that few laborers earned enough to join the top 15%, or hardly any skilled occupation lacked a percentage of men who earned a low-grade income, quite apart from the hierarchy of more or less aristocratic crafts in generally skilled trades, carpenters and joiners among builders, paintbrush makers among brush makers, newspaper comps in the printing trade, etc. 50 In stable Crafts like building and engineering, those earning 25s or less in 1906, formed about 10%. However, other crafts might, as we have seen, carry a much longer tail star. The actual size of the aristocracy varied greatly from one industry to another. We may conveniently divide the industries into three groups: those in which the aristocracy formed about 20% of the total males in 1906, those in which it formed about 10%, and those in which it formed significantly less than 10%. However, the level of the labor aristocracy is not measured absolutely but also relatively. Hence it is important to distinguish those industries in which the aristocrats had below them an abnormally large amount of low-paid labor, and the others. The following table brings this out. It is clear that with a few exceptions, cotton, boot and shoe, railways, and perhaps clothing, the size of the low-paid section is, roughly, inversely proportionate to that of the aristocrats. We may therefore assume that the extreme conservatism of the cotton aristocrats sprang from the knowledge that they defended positions of privilege in an industry in which, under normal circumstances, they would have stood much lower, and the somewhat less extreme conservatism of the boot and shoe workers from the fact that they had carved out an abnormally large group of middle incomes from what would otherwise have been a much larger proportion of depressed ones. In fact, we know that British cotton workers were the only ones of their kind in Western Europe to build permanent craft unions, boot and shoe workers the only group composed in part of mass production factory workers to build permanent unions before the end of the 19th century. Indeed, the political and economic positions of the labor aristocrats reflect one another with uncanny accuracy. The table on the following page lists some of the best paid occupations. Two things will strike the reader: first, the decisive shift of the super aristocracy from the crafts to the metals, and to a lesser extent the cotton industry, since 1867. Second, the fact that all these super aristocrats belonged to trades in which piecework was either prevalent or enforced by the unions. 51 The Amalgamated Society of Engineers, however, only tolerated it, though its highest paid members were in fact on it. Piecework proved to be the form of wage payment most suited to capitalism in more ways than Marx foresaw. With the partial exceptions of the engineers and the locomen, all the men in this list belonged to unions with an unbrokenly conservative record. The cotton spinners invested their personal and trade union savings in the cotton mills. 52 The skilled shipyard workers in Jarrow and Newcastle did the same in their industry, and the boiler makers sent their officials to become officials in their employers' associations. 53 The lace makers were ultra-respectable. The steel smelters were indeed among the earliest unions to support the Labor Representation Committee. This may be because they were, in a sense, a new union. Steel was a peculiar industry in that it was more extensively recruited from upgraded laborers than any other aristocratic trade, and the union probably for this reason had industrial rather than craft tastes and was a strong supporter of the compulsory closed shop. However, its leader John Hodge was and remained a liberal and not a socialist. The older Iron Workers Union refused to affiliate to the Labour Party as late as 1912. During this period, however, certain old established members of the labor aristocracy began to feel the competition of machinery and the threat of downgrading. Once again this is reflected in their political attitudes. Not many unions affiliated to the Labor Representation Committee before the Taff Vale judgment. They were, with negligible exceptions, the chief new unions of the 1889 vintage and the following old unions: Brass Workers, London Bookbinders, New Boot and Shoe Operatives, London Compositors, Painters, French Polishers, Iron Founders, Fancy Leather Workers, Shipwrights, Typographical Association. Of these the bookbinders were in the midst of a fight against mechanization and dilution, the compositors busy meeting the challenge of linotype and monotype machines, the French polishers and fancy leather workers typical of the crafts beset by subdivision and subcontracting, the iron founders threatened by the rise of machine molding, and the shipwrights fighting to maintain themselves against the rising crafts of metal shipbuilders. 55 The painters can hardly be reckoned an aristocratic trade, being in majority semi-skilled and casual. The boot and shoemakers had recently been defeated in a major battle with the employers on the issue of mechanization, and were in a phase of retreat. 56 The brass workers faced the decline of casting and the rise of the less skilled stamping and pressing, far-reaching changes in demands and a heavy defeat in arbitration in 1900 which greatly weakened the Union. 57 To sum up, in this period the aristocracy of labor remained substantially of the same type and composition as in 34-2. The third quarter of the 19th century, though its center of gravity shifted further towards the metal industries. It is not easy to sum up this discussion of the size of the labor aristocracy. Did its relative size increase or decrease? We do not really know enough to say. At a guess, it was probably no larger in the 1860s and 1870s than the favored strata had been before 1850. But its position as an aristocracy was much firmer. For instance, it was no longer true that slumps affected it more severely than non-aristocrats, as had once been argued. 58 From the 1870s to 1900 it probably increased. In a period of falling prices and living costs and a new range of cheaper consumer goods, it is easier for the upper marginal strata of the intermediate or average workers to enjoy the benefits of an aristocratic standard, though the plebeians probably got little out of it but a slightly less pinched subsistence. However, it is probably unsafe to conclude anything from our survey except that the labor aristocracy averaged between, say, 10 and 20% of the total size of the working class, though in individual regions or industries it might be larger or smaller. I have deliberately neglected regional variations in wage levels. They were extremely large, though from the 1870s signs of standardization and a narrowing of the differential multiply. However, within each region the local aristocracy would occupy the same position relative to its plebeians, other things being equal, even though its absolute level as in Scotland might be more modest than elsewhere. I.U. The place of the labor aristocracy in the social stratification. In this section I shall consider three problems: the differential between labor aristocrats and the rest, the distance between them and the petty bourgeoisie and employers, and the problem of co-exploitation. The differential. The main reason why there is a large differential between skilled and unskilled, aristocratic and plebeian occupations under capitalism is that the industrial reserve army of unemployed and underemployed, which determines the general movements of wages, affects different categories of workers differently. It operates in the first instance chiefly by keeping the wages of that kind of labor which is most easily expended, low, that is, the least skilled. A specific reason for it in Britain was that labor aristocrats generally enjoyed the power to make their labor artificially scarce, by restricting entry to the profession, or by other means. If they lost this, for instance by the uncontrollable rise of machines, they ceased, like the wool combers, to be labor aristocrats. Hence in Victorian Britain there were always some groups of workers who lived virtually always under conditions of full employment, while a much larger mass lived virtually always in what was for employers a wonderful buyer's market. The development of capitalism was to diminish this relative security of the labor aristocrats, and the two world wars were to remove the old pressure of the industrial reserve army on the unskilled. Hence there has been a marked narrowing of the differential since 1914. Before then, however, these forces were not yet strong. However, in fact another force bound together the wages of different grades by rigid differentials in trades of an old-fashioned pattern, custom. The wage of the mason's laborer dangled from that of the journeyman mason, though it did so by a moderately elastic thread. In such industries employers who hired workers bore in mind the traditional wage scales, and workers in turn determined what sort of wage they asked for by traditional considerations, what had always been considered a fair wage or an established differential, what other workers in a similar position got. 59 We must therefore distinguish between two types of industry, the traditional crafts in which fixed differentials held good, and the new industries, in which capitalist considerations had swept away the older traditions, and the lower grades were consequently relatively worse off, the aristocrats relatively better off. 60 We should remember, however, that the laborer's wage in all industries was, in origin or essence always a subsistence wage, and that traditional elements long remained effective in British capitalism and are not yet dead. The main result of this during the 19th century was to allow employers to hire even labor aristocrats at much less than they might have fetched, since they were slow to learn how to charge what the traffic would bear rather than what they thought a fair wage for a skilled man in comparison to other skilled men and to laborers. On the other hand, under this system the frontier between the labor aristocrat and the laborer was probably much more clear-cut and fixed. Broadly speaking, in traditional crafts the laborer or helper received about half the wage of the craftsman or somewhat more. Eaton's State of the Poor estimated the wages of rural artisans in 1795 at 2s. 60 to 3s, those of farm laborers at is.60 a day. In Macclesfield in 1793 artisans earned 3s, laborers is.sd. Portsmouth shipwrights' wages between 1793 and 1823 averaged about double their laborers. 61 In most urban occupations later in the 19th century the differential seems to have been less, perhaps nearer 40%, though we may doubt whether it would be much less if we took, not the average earnings of craftsmen, but only those of the aristocrats. Thus in the building trades craftsmen appear to have earned more like 30 or 40% or above laborers. 62 As a general rule we may say that the differential would come closer to 100% or the stronger, more exclusive and aristocratic the craft, or alternatively become greater, the lower the district rate for unskilled labor. Thus in Manchester the laborers' rate oscillated round about 50% or of the engineering fitters' rate between 1830 and 1871, while in Leeds, where the fitters' rate was lower, so also was the differential. In Londonderry labourers consistently earned less than half shipwrights' wages between 1821 and 1s.34.03 on balance. 100% is a sufficiently helpful guide to the difference between the highest and lowest, though not to the intermediate grades. The situation is rather different in the new industries, except where the unskilled laborer's subsistence rate was the basis of the whole wage structure. 64 There the differential was both larger and more elastic. Thus between 1823 and 1900 self-acting mule spinners' wages were never less than 221% of their big piecers and only fell below 200% of weavers' wages in 4 years. In the iron industry puddlers' wages ranged between 200 and 240% of laborers from 1850 to 1883. In bleaching the differential between handcrafters and female bleaching machine menders from 1850 to 83, ranged between 230 and 393. Leading hands in the Nottingham lace trade in the 1860s earned 3 times the wage of dressers and menders, or more. 65 These exceptionally large differentials were either due to exceptionally high wages for certain workers, or to exceptionally low wages for the unskilled, such as those of women and children, which could be safely depressed far below the subsistence minimum. This was specially important in trades with uncertain differentials but effective restriction of entry, hence the constant complaints in such trades as printing about the multiplication of apprentices and the introduction of women. However, there may have been a fixed differential even for these. At any rate, Dudley Baxter believed that in most trades the average wages of a boy, woman, and girl would add up to those of an adult man. 66 What happened to these differentials during the 19th century? Our information about the first half is too defective to allow us to say much, but it is clear that between the 1840s, 346, and 1890 the differential widened, and that it did not substantially narrow between the 1890s and 1914. This conflicts with Marshall's statement that the wages of unskilled labor had risen faster than those of skilled, but Marshall's observations on the subject of skilled and unskilled labor are exceptionally unreliable. 67 The peculiarities in the British labor market made this period abnormally favorable to the development of high differentials. Thus Britain had throughout 1851 to 1911 about 108 women of working age to every 100 men, a very large surplus of the lowest paid type of labor, not all of which was absorbed by the rising demand for domestic servants in the second half of the century. As we have seen, domestic industries which had part employed many women declined catastrophically after 1851, e.g., lace, glove, and straw hat making, and certain forms of female labor in mining and agriculture also disappeared. 68 Again, child labor remained surprisingly important in this country, showing no significant tendency to diminish in important industries until very late in the century. In 1881 it was still almost 5% of the total occupied population, compared to under 3% in Germany. 69 Inevitably this depressed the standards of many non-aristocrats. There is plenty of evidence that the gap between the aristocrats and the lower strata widened in the middle decades of the century, quite apart from general statements to this effect. 70 This was certainly so in the London building trades, though in this industry the differential is probably more rigid than in many others. Between 1850 and 1870 the skilled rates rose more often, and sooner by an average of 3 years than unskilled. The different evolution of men's and women's wages, women being par excellence the lowest paid and most easily replaceable category, point the same way. In the worst industry the men's average wage increase between 1855 and 1866 to 68 was 66%, or the women's 6%. In the cotton industry the average weekly earnings of self-actor spinners rose from 1,850 to 71. By 8J3D, of weavers by 35. Between 1856 and 1870 the index of the standard rate for pattern makers and fitters rose by 6 points, of engineering laborers by 4. Comparisons for the period 1834 to 1884 in Manchester give similar results. Indeed, a Manchester engineering works shows platers' helpers to have earned slightly less in 1874 than the average of 1,851, while platers' wages had risen by 25%. In the Lancashire coal mines wages of unskilled dischargers fell between 1850 and 1880, those of the semi-skilled carters rose, those of the colliers and engineers rose even more. In the shipyards the differential between platers and helpers was 85% in 1863 to 65, 88% in 1871, 77 and 91% in 1891 to 1900.71. The absence of comparable series of earnings, or even wage rates for skilled and unskilled workers due to our ignorance of unskilled wages makes such comparisons difficult. However, a general estimate for Lancashire 1839 to 59 confirms one's impression. 72 Naturally we must not expect this differential to have widened smoothly and steadily. There were times when unskilled wages rose faster than skilled, e.g., in rapidly expanding areas and some booms. There were times, especially in slumps, when they fell faster. Since the normal wage of the unskilled was determined by a normal glut of the labor market, we should expect it to be rather more sensitive than the skilled wage, and hence to move much more jerkily. Thus, according to Pollard's Index of earnings in the Sheffield heavy trades 1850 to 1914, the fluctuations of unskilled earnings were between 3 and 4 times as large as those of skilled foundrymen from 1850 to 1896, between 2 and 3 times as large as those of skilled engineers. The average earnings of engineers in the decade 1890 to 1900 were 39 points above those of 1851 to 60, those of the foundrymen were 31 points higher, while those of the unskilled had only risen 18 points in spite of their much greater fluctuations. 73 It is possible that the belief in the tendency of unskilled wages to rise faster than those of the skilled is due to a misinterpretation of this greater tendency to fluctuate, not unaffected by bias. It is easy to observe that unskilled wages 348 in Sheffield rose 13 points between 1872 and 1873, or that they rose 24 points between 1880 and 1881, or 20 points between 1888 and 1889. It is easy to overlook the fact that they fell 14 points in 1874-75, that they fell 24 points in 1883 to 84, and 35 points in 1890 to 92. Taken all in all, the general tendency for skilled wages to rise faster than unskilled over the long period is in little doubt. Since the middle decades of the century were a period of rising prices, it follows that the aristocrats' standard of living improved relatively even more than their actual earnings. Once again, we know very little about this. There are few inventories of the possessions in a skilled worker's household. 74 Still, we know enough in general of the well-clothed and well-shod artisan with his gold watch, solid furniture and solid food to point the contrast with the miserable masses who borrowed a few shillings from the pawnbroker. 60% of all pledges in August 1855 were fives or less in value, 27% are 260 or less 75 and who lived on the margin of subsistence. 76 It is practically certain that this trend continued until the First World War. Thus Rowe's calculations show the average percentage of unskilled workers' rates in building, in the coal mines, the cotton industry, engineering, and the railways falling between 1886 and 1913 from 60.2 to 58.6 of the skilled, in spite of a slight narrowing of the differential among billed ERS. In cotton the matter is quite clear. 77 The real problem of the period of early imperialism is, how important the semi-skilled workers were, and what happened to their wages. In the period 1840s to 70s they may have done slightly better than the laborers, but almost certainly if Chadwick is any guide their position did not improve significantly relative to the labor aristocrats. Between 1886 and 1913 they lost ground to the labor aristocracy, but the exception is important in the metal industries which were undergoing the first stages of the mass production revolution and in cotton. Their average rates in Rowe's 5 industries remain stable at about 77% of the skilled. 78 Aristocracy of labor and higher strata. The relation between the labor aristocracy and the higher strata almost certainly worsened during the later 19th century, and this began seriously to affect its status, though not its earnings. Here we are on badly surveyed territory, for little is known about such subjects as the prospects of promotion, of rising out of the working class and about similar subjects. Though the best study of the subject has been made for a small Danish town 79 the general situation is clear. The working class has become progressively more separate from other classes and internally recruited, and the chances of its members setting up as masters or independent producers have become progressively worse since the early days of industrialism. Nevertheless, it is evident that until the late 19th century the possibilities of labor aristocrats setting up independently or joining the employing classes were by no means negligible. We must, of course, neglect a good many social changes which did not take them out of that lower middle class stratum to which, as we have seen, they were reckoned to belong socially. Most of the 5% of the members of the Plumbers' Union who set up independently every year in the 1860s I probably did not leave it, nor did the trade union leaders who set up as publicans or printers and news agents. 80-81 However, there are plenty of examples of better off workers rising into the middle ranks of the employing class, though few of their becoming very rich. The small scale of many industries and the universal prevalence of subcontracting made this quite possible, and indeed blurred the line between worker and master. 82 Moreover, even in those industries in which hardly any worker could hope to start a firm successfully the road to high managerial positions in the small plants lay wide open. Most cotton mill managers in the 1890s and early 1900s appear to have come from the ranks of Spinners' Union, just as the leading glass bottle maker in Castleford had once been general secretary of the union. It is accepted that many iron and steel worker managers were promoted foremen. 83 However, it would be wrong to assume that the views of the labor aristocracy were greatly affected by the prospects remote, in the best of cases, of leaving their stratum. What did affect them was the knowledge that they occupied a firm and accepted position just below the employers, but very far above the rest. In most continental countries there were, even in the 1860s, plenty of rivals for this position. There were strong groups of the prosperous petty bourgeoisie and rich peasantry, large and respected bodies of public officials, lesser priests, schoolmasters, or even office workers. There were systems of public primary and secondary education which provided alternative means of rising in the social scale to the strength, manual dexterity, craft training, and experience of the labor aristocrat, the social difference between physical and mental labor was much more marked, even at the lowest levels. In England none of these existed, except the priesthood or nonconformist ministry, and the former was largely recruited from the ruling class, while the latter often served as a link between the labor aristocracy and the lesser ranks of the employing class. No system of general primary education existed until 1870, of secondary education until 1902. The white-collar and official strata were of negligible importance. The imperialist era changed all this, substituting non-managing employers or shareholders for owner-managers, driving a wedge of white-collar workers, and to a lesser extent of technicians and independently recruited managers between the labor aristocrats and the masters, reducing their relative social position, and limiting their chances of promotion, and creating an alternative hierarchy of civil and local government servants and teachers. By 1914 this process had certainly gone some way, though it would make itself more felt in the south and the port towns than in the purely manufacturing or mining communities of the north and the Celtic fringe. Admittedly most of the new strata were, in one way or another, the children of the lower middle class, but this did not alter their effect. At any rate it is safe to say that by the end of the Edwardian era the gap above the labor aristocracy had widened, though that below it had not yet significantly narrowed. 84. Co-exploitation capitalism in its early stages expands, and to some extent operates, not so much by directly subordinating large bodies of workers to employers, but by subcontracting exploitation and management. The characteristic structure of an archaic industry such as that of Britain in the early 19th century is one in which all grades except the lowest laborers contain men or women who have some sort of profit incentive. Thus the engineering employer might subcontract the building of a locomotive to a piece master who would employ and pay his own craftsmen out of the price, and these in turn would employ and pay their own laborers. The employer might also hire and pay foremen, who in turn would hire, and have a financial interest in paying such labor as did not work on subcontract. Such a labyrinth of interlocking subcontracts had certain advantages. It enabled small-scale enterprise to expand operations without raising unmanageably great masses of circulating capital. It provided incentives to all groups of workers worth humoring, and it enabled industry to meet sharp fluctuations in demand without having to carry a permanent burden of overhead expenditure. On the other hand, it has disadvantages, which have caused developed large-scale capitalism to abandon it for direct management, direct employment of all grades, and the provision of incentives by various forms of payment by result. Historically, it may be regarded as a transitional stage in the development of capitalist management, just as the buying and selling of civil service posts and the hiring of armies by subcontract in the 16th and 17th centuries may be regarded as a transitional stage in the development of modern bureaucracies and military forces. I propose to call this phenomenon co-exploitation, insofar as it made many members of the labor aristocracy into co-employers of their mates, and their unskilled workers. 85 How widespread was co-exploitation? What effect had it on the nature of the labor aristocracy? The second point is easier to discuss than the first. It is easy to exaggerate the contribution of co-exploitation to the constitution of an aristocracy of labor. It was almost certainly most widespread in the first half of the century, when the aristocracy was not fully developed. Many aristocrats opposed it in the form of subcontract and subcontracting foremanship, or even in the form of payment by results, since they rightly felt that it was a device for sweating them. Thus, such unquestioned labor aristocrats as the engineers were rigidly opposed to piecework, and perhaps succeeded in reducing payment by results, as they certainly succeeded in slowing down its expansion until the period of imperialism, while shipwrights, though used to group subcontracts, were overwhelmingly paid on time. 87 Trade union hostility to such systems of subcontract as piece mastering, buddying, charter mastering, etc., was fairly constant. Again, the widespread practice of skilled men paying their unskilled helpers could and did eventually harden into little more than the usual fixed differential. As such, it survived in a vestigial form in cotton spinning until 1949 and in the shipyards even later. Lastly, subcontract as a general system might well favor the emergence not so much of an aristocracy of labor as of a struggling, and often not particularly prosperous, mass of small masters and sweaters, some of whom succeeded in rising clear into the employer's stratum while others relapsed from time to time into wage labor. The typical sweated industries in Britain and on the continent were not necessarily those with a strong labor aristocracy. Thus we must consider co-exploitation as something which reinforced the position of an existing labor aristocracy rather than as something which in itself enabled it to come into existence. Probably its main result was to stress the feeling of qualitative superiority which its members had over the plebeians and the intermediate workers. The foremen and supervisors, who formed 3 to 4% of the labor force in many industries in the 1860s 88 and all of whom, throughout the 19th century, had an element of co-exploitation and subcontract attached to them 89, have always been so acutely conscious of this, if only in the form of the right to hire and sack, that they have generally been regarded by workers as bosses' men. The mere fact of paying a laborer's wage made the craftsman a superior kind of worker, not merely a better paid one, even if he did not have an interest in actually sweating him. Moreover, such relationships made it easier for labor aristocrats to maintain an exclusiveness and a restriction of numbers which might otherwise have been difficult to keep, example in boiler making and cotton. How prevalent was co-exploitation? In the form of subcontracting, it was widely prevalent in the iron and steel industry, iron shipbuilding, a part of coal mining, all small-scale workshop or sweated trades, many transport trades such as dock labor, in the period of rapid construction, in public works, railway and mine construction and the like, and in several other trades. In the building and 354 engineering industries, it was certainly fighting a rearguard action by the 1850 to 73 period, and in printing, where it was not uncommon, its teeth had been drawn partly by trade unionism, partly by genuinely cooperative group contracts. 90 In the more general form of skilled workers hiring or paying their unskilled, or skilled workers being paid by results while their helpers were paid on time, it was also prevalent in cotton, the potteries, the mines, and indeed in one form or another in most industries in which piecework obtained. Straight subcontract was certainly declining fast from the 1870s. Comparatively little survived the First World War. 91 The same is true of skilled men co-employing the unskilled. These systems were increasingly replaced by ordinary piecework, or by more scientific methods of payment by results, which served to raise the earnings of many aristocrats of labor, but also served, as the event showed, to break down the barrier between them and the semi-skilled piece workers. However, we may assume that co-exploitation colored the relations of most labor aristocrats to the lesser grades until the last quarter of the 19th century, the major exceptions being the building trades, engineering and some old crafts. 92 vi. For the labor aristocracy under monopoly capitalism. If this survey merely concluded in 1914 without a few words about the future development of the 19th century labor aristocracy, it would give a misleading impression. For 1914 marks a deceptive Indian summer for this stratum, as it does for British capitalism as a whole. New tendencies, which were to undermine it, had already come into being, though only some had yet made themselves felt. The period from 1914 on was to see a collapse of the old labor aristocracy comparable to the collapse of the old skilled handicrafts, and the specialized key workers attached to the domestic industries, wool combers, shearmen, hecklers, and the like. In the decades after the Napoleonic Wars, though probably more serious, we may briefly note the following factors. First, the regions of 19th century basic industries declined into the depressed areas of the interwar years. Second, the change in systems of wage payment caused the differential between skilled and unskilled to narrow steadily from 1914 until the 1950s, though in piece-working industries this was not necessarily reflected in an equivalent narrowing of earnings. Third, the rise of a large class of semi-skilled machine operators mainly paid by results, and the relative diminution in numbers of the old unskilled fetching and carrying kind of laborer filled much of the great gap which had once separated the aristocrat from the plebeian. Moreover, in some industries mechanization actually déclassed labor aristocrats. Fourth, the continued growth in the white-collar, managerial, and technical strata lowered their social position still further, relatively and perhaps absolutely, for the new technicians and managers could by now be recruited not only from sons of labor aristocrats of the old type, but also from sons and daughters of the first-generation white-collar and technical strata. This downgrading is to some extent reflected in the change in the policy of the unions of former labor aristocrats. It is no accident that some of the most conservative unions of the later 19th century engineers, boilermakers, iron founders, and several groups of mine workers have today become the unions in which left-wing leadership is most marked. However, one cannot speak of a wholesale downgrading of the labor aristocracy. Some sections maintain their differentials virtually intact, e.g., cotton, where unions have also remained very conservative. Some were protected by monopoly from the worst results of the slumps, as in iron and steel. Some, like building, survived with very little major change from the 19th century. Some, like printing, had adjusted themselves to the new technological changes before 1914. Yet others benefited by the rise of new industries, cars, electrical work, light N. 356, engineering and the like. Even today there are a great many groups who belong to the best paid workers as they would have belonged to the labor aristocracy in 1900. Nevertheless, there has been a change. Even the Birmingham area, which voted for Chamberlain, conservatism, and imperialism from 1886 to 1945, subsequently switched to labor. The analysis of the labor aristocracy under monopoly capitalism must therefore proceed somewhat differently from that of 19th century capitalism. I can merely conclude by suggesting some of the lines on which it might proceed, observing that it may no longer be possible to make it simply an analysis of the best paid strata of the British working class. 93 First, it will have to note the survivals and adaptations of the 19th century aristocracy, including the expansion of what was then a numerically and politically very small group, the permanent full-time officialdom of trade unions and the full-time politicians among labor leaders. Second, it will have to stress the new labor aristocracy of salaried white-collar, technical and similar workers which considers itself so different from the working class as to remain largely conservative in politics and unorganized, except in special associations. Third, it will have to deal with the emergence of a relatively contented stratum of plebeians promoted to semi-skilled factory work, to secure jobs in and about the vastly swollen apparatus of government and so on, of those groups largely organized by the two great general unions which, though beginning as revolutionary and even Marxist organizations, have increasingly become the main strongholds of right-wing trade union policy. 94 Lastly, it will have seriously to consider the implications of Engels' remark that the English proletariat is becoming more and more bourgeois, so that this most bourgeois of all nations is apparently aiming ultimately at the possession of a bourgeois aristocracy and a bourgeois proletariat as well as a bourgeoisie. For a nation which exploits the whole world, this is of course to a certain extent justifiable. 95 To what extent, under the conditions of imperialism, monopoly, and state capitalism, do all or a majority of workers receive some benefit from the imperialist position of their country? To what extent is the whole of the British working class in the position of those North Italian strikers against whom in 1917, as Gramsci tells 96, a brigade of soldiers from backward Sardinia was sent? What have you come to Turin for? The communists asked them. We have come to put down the gentlefolk who are on strike. But those aren't the gentlefolk who are striking, they are workers and they are poor. These chaps are all gentlefolk, they all wear a collar and tie and earn 30 lire a day. I know the poor folk and what they are dressed like. In Sassari they are poor, and we earn 1 lire 50 a day. In the 19th century this problem barely arises, for such crumbs from the super profits as were thrown to the workers certainly went to the labor aristocracy and not to very many others. In the modern phase of British capitalism this may no longer be so. However, the analysis of working class stratification, and of the political results of workers receiving sectional benefits, however small or unreal, may help us to understand the problems of the British working class in the mid-20th century, even if the actual divisions within it are no longer always those which were typical of the 19th century. The concept of labor aristocracy * plays a great part in the Marxist analysis of the evolution of labor movements. It has also been used by other observers, for instance J. A. Hobson. Anti-Marxists have tended to throw doubt upon it, as upon so many other parts of Marxist analysis. Thus a recent polemical work observes that the theory of the labor aristocracy is as artificial as the theory of class struggle within the peasantry. 07 I hope that this essay has shown that, so far as the 19th century in Britain is concerned, it rests upon solid foundations of economic and political reality. Appendix. Some possible ways of discovering the composition of the labor aristocracy. Wage rates and, where available, earnings have been used as the main criterion of membership of the labor aristocracy. In view of the absence of data before the 1890s, some supplementary methods of analysis may be suggested. They have the disadvantage that the facts are open to different interpretations, i.e., that one must know a priori which interpretation is to be preferred. That is why they have not been used in the text. The first is based on the proportion of women and children in an industry. The argument is as follows. A high proportion of women and children always argues either a low general level of wages or a large tale of déclassés craftsmen. However, it is not possible to determine from it whether the labor aristocracy in the industry is so small as to be negligible or merely distinct from the mass. Moreover, certain occupations are intrinsically unsuitable for women and juveniles. An abnormally high proportion of boys in these might argue either depressed wages for men or, more likely, an abnormal advantage for 366. The men, and hence a greater potential labor aristocracy. The second is based on the proportion of aged workers. The argument here is as follows. An abnormally high proportion of men past, say, 60 in an occupation indicates either that the work is very skilled and very light, or that it is merely very fight, or that the occupation attracts the old and infirm and is thus likely to contain a high proportion of non-aristocrats. If the work is specially hard, a relatively high proportion may be absolutely quite low. We may thus conclude that aged occupations are either very aristocratic or very plebeian. However, we must bear in mind that in many professions it is physically impossible for old men to work at all, example gas stoking or iron puddling. In considering both these arguments, we must remember that unskilled occupations must normally expect to contain a small percentage of the very young and very old. The third is based on statistics of illiteracy. The argument here is a little more complicated. It may be held that aristocratic areas will be less illiterate than plebeian ones. But it must be borne in mind that there is a general tendency for old economic occupations, well or badly paid, to be more literate than new ones, e.g., in the earlier 19th century for some agriculture to be more literate than industry. It may be held that an abnormal disparity between the literacy of men and women indicates an abnormally depressed condition of women, and hence of unskilled and low-grade labor in general. The fourth is based on statistics of pauperism, especially in old age. Here the assumption is that the less aristocratic areas will also contain more pauperism in old age. However, as against this there is the fact that old age pauperism will generally be smaller in tight local communities where neighborhood and family help is common, and that certain regions show a notably greater propensity to save for old age than others. The first two arguments enable us to track down the labor aristocracy sectionally, the second two regionally or locally. The statistics for them are available in the censuses, the Registrar General's and Poor Law reports. To illustrate the first point, the following table shows the proportion of boys and females in various occupations in 1865. It would therefore seem that, in the absence of other information, The proportion of boys and females chiefly helps us to discover skilled trades with a large tail of depressed workers which might otherwise be overlooked. It would be a mistake to use the figures too much, e.g., to conclude that printers in 1865 contained a less strong or marked labor aristocracy than tailors. The second point is equally inconclusive. Thus an analysis of the Scottish census of 1861 shows that men of 60 years and over formed more than 10% of the labor force in numerous factory industries, chiefly textiles and the relics of domestic industry, and from 7 to 10% a very high proportion in heavy laboring jobs such as coal heaving, gasworks and quarries. But they also formed over 10% in a number of crafts, such as the building trade, shoemakers, coopers and cutlers, which we have no right to regard as specially depressed. The third criterion gives more interesting results. We can divide the occupationally specialized areas of England and Wales into two groups, the old and the new. Within the old areas there is a clear distinction between agricultural areas and the old craft towns. In the former, taking 1863 as our vantage point, male illiteracy was fairly high, 28 to 36% or 29% for soldiers, and female illiteracy consistently lower than the men's. In the latter, generally, illiteracy was much lower than the average, but women were worse educated than men, e.g., in Melksham the percentages were 23 and 26 respectively, in Stroud 21 and 24, in Bristol 19 and 26, in Rotherhithe 16 and 23. Within the new areas three distinctions may be made. First, there are towns in which skilled labor was strong, with a consistently low illiteracy. These are sometimes difficult to distinguish from the old craft towns, but it is significant that not only old shipbuilding centers, but new shipbuilding and repairing centers like Birkenhead had low illiteracy. Second, there are the backward and illiterate centers of the mining and iron trade and the appallingly barbarized semi-domestic, semi-craft areas of the West Midlands. Here both men and women were ignorant, though the women somewhat more so. In 1863 the joint average exceeded 45%, terrible figure in such places as Merthyr, Dudley, Neath, Wolverhampton, Walsall, Monmouth, and indeed in Staffordshire and South Wales as a whole. Third, there are the textile areas in which the men were moderately, the women shockingly illiterate. Thus in all the main cotton towns twice as many women were illiterate as men, the men's average being between 25 and 30%. The same is true of woolen towns, though average male illiteracy was much lower, perhaps because of the greater age of the industry. Women in hosiery and lace towns were strikingly better situated. The progress of literacy between the first recording of statistics in 1838 to 39 and 1874 to 78 modifies the picture a little. In 1838 to 39 the farming areas were not yet so well placed. They may be divided into three parts: the far north, which were the most literate counties of all, Bar-London, perhaps because of the influence of their educated Scots neighbours; the southern and southwestern counties where male illiteracy was about as large as in 1864, though female illiteracy was still much higher, and the eastern and East Midland counties, as well as some of the Thames Valley ones in which it was appalling. South Wales and the West Midlands were even then at the bottom of the list. Since the great expansion of coal mining was yet to come, Durham had very low male and not much less than average female illiteracy. The expansion of mining was to turn it into a relatively very illiterate area, thus illustrating graphically the shocking effects of industrialization on the condition of the people. Between 1841 to 45 and 1874 to 78 progress both among men and women was slowest in London, the North East, Yorkshire and Worcestershire. In the later 1870s the most illiterate of the industrial counties remained those of South Wales, Worcestershire and Staffordshire and the northern mining areas. The differential between men and women remained widest in Lancashire. Detailed investigation confirms this picture. The highest percentages for men now occurred in unskilled centres like Liverpool, in mining areas like Easington, Bishop Auckland, Barnsley, Houghton-le Spring, in iron and steel centers like Middlesbrough, Warrington, Hunslet, but also in depressed woolen centers like Dewsbury. Female illiteracy double that of men occurs in towns like Keighley, Halifax, Bradford, Bolton, Bury, Salford, Manchester, Oldham, Preston, Blackburn, Burnley. In the nature of things, the specific literacy of aristocratic workers is increasingly hard to discover because centers of their trades are often like those medium-sized towns surrounded by rural areas in which one would expect to find good education, e.g., Lancaster. Nevertheless, the difference between the railway town of Doncaster and the mining town of Barnsley is striking. 370. We may conclude that areas with consistently high illiteracy cannot normally be regarded as aristocratic in the 19th century sense, though they may contain highly paid, if insecure workers. We should, other things being equal, expect to find a high degree of secondary poverty there. Areas with a wide differential between men and women, on the other hand, and those with consistently low illiteracy should be the main centers of labor aristocracy. The analysis of aged poverty confirms this in part, though it shows coal mining centers to be consistently better off in this respect than iron and steel centers, Neath, Pontypool, Swansea, Bridgend, Bedwellty. In Northumberland, Durham, and the North Riding, Middlesbrough was by far the worst centre of old age pauperism. Broadly speaking, the worst centres were those of unskilled port towns and similar centres London, Liverpool, Bristol, the iron and steel centres, and the usual black spots of small-scale Midland semi-domestic industry Dudley, Kidderminster, and the like. The analysis of illiteracy and old age pauperism therefore helps to give some depth to, and to some extent to modify, our picture of working class stratification. 16. Trends in the British labour movement since 1850. His essay is not a history of the British labour movement, but an attempt to discuss, in somewhat greater detail than is usually done, the operation of two standard concepts which Marxists use to explain certain trends in labor movements under capitalism, the concept of an aristocracy of labor enjoying special privileges and therefore inclined to accept the views of its employers, and that of the spontaneity of the movement, which, in a rather more primitive form, leads to similar results. It is probable that both these were originally derived from British experience. Certainly Lenin's imperialism, which discusses the former, owes much to the earlier work of British socialist and even radical liberal thinkers on the subject. It is less well known that his What is to be Done, which contains a full discussion of the latter, reflects a close and extremely critical reading of the Webb's great defense of the spontaneous British trade union movement, which Lenin had translated in his Siberian exile a short while before. 1 Certainly Britain is the locus clas siccus for both in the 19th century. An analysis such as this may throw light on the strength and nature of reformism in the British movement today. At any rate, the sketch may serve to stimulate discussion on a subject by no means as yet fully explored. A few words about the general character of the British economy and the development of the labour movement may serve as introduction. British capitalism in its heyday was, broadly speaking, an affair of small-scale, highly competitive, individual entrepreneurs. Moreover, it was technically a conservative system. The great age of British technical and organisational revolution in industry was, on the whole, over by 1850. The triumphs of the workshop of the world were gained by applying the technical progress of earlier pioneers more generally, rather than by pioneering new and revolutionary devices. Until World War I, new industries, based on the more modern types of mechanization, mass production, etc., were overshadowed by the relatively stable old basic industries like coal mining, textiles, and old-fashioned machine building. The merger of state apparatus and capitalist business, so characteristic of modern capitalism, had barely begun. Mid-Victorian Britain was an even more logical supporter of free enterprise than American business, for it even rejected tariffs. That its laissez-faire policy rested on certain temporary advantages does not affect the situation. This was, broadly, the state of affairs up to 1875. Thereafter we may distinguish three main stages in the progress or rather regress of British capitalism. From the Great Depression of 1873 to 96 until World War I, the growth of monopoly capitalism in the sense of industrial concentration, the growth of modern mass production, etc., was abnormally slow, compared with Germany and the United States, while that of imperialist policy, and the imperialist state apparatus was rather fast. Foreign investment, and the revival of the old basic export trade after the Depression, obscured the fundamental deterioration of Britain's international position just sufficiently to make business reluctant to undertake those large and costly schemes of re-equipment and reorganization which had been widely discussed during the Depression. On the other hand, the rise of serious competitors abroad, and of a political labor movement at home, did oblige the ruling class to make important administrative and political changes, and to break, in certain respects, decisively with a policy of laissez-faire. The gravity of its crisis was borne in on British capitalism. Between two wars, when Britain rapidly acquired all the standard characteristics of imperialism, as defined by Lenin, notably the concentration of production to the point of monopoly or oligopoly, and the creation, on the basis of finance capital, of a financial oligarchy. The desperate situation revealed by World War II speeded up the merger of the state and big business. At the risk of some oversimplification, therefore, we may divide our period into three phases, up to 1875, pre-monopolist, 1875 to 1918, transitional with, perhaps, the decisive watershed just about where Lenin put it, round 1900, from 1918, fully monopolist. It should be remembered that the progress of monopoly capitalism was also accompanied by major changes in industrial structure, notably the rise of new industries based on mechanization and modern types of factory organization, as well as by an increase in the size of industrial and business units. The development of the labor movement falls into much the same periods. Our first phase saw a fairly small movement of trade unions of craft or sectional type, friendly societies, and the like, politically tending to accept the liberal framework. Our second saw a series of expansions, which changed the scale of the movement, in 1889 to 90, in 1910-14 and during the First World War, the beginnings of a political movement separate from the traditional parties and demanding policies incompatible with the laissez-faire phase of capitalism, and also the rebirth of revolutionary and socialist groups. Our last saw the movement as a whole converted in theory to the need to replace capitalism, though at the same time striking firm roots in the soil of monopoly capitalism, the rise of a communist party. These were not, of course, gradual adjustments. The general trend of the movement makes itself felt through a series of zigzag curves, periods of radical advance succeeded by others of relative conservatism or absolute regression. Thus periods of militancy in the early 1850s, the late 1860s and early 70s, the early 1890s, 1910-14, 1917-26, the middle and late 1930s, and 1941-45 were followed by swings in the opposite direction, such as, for example, the marked rightward shift in the trade union Congress after the general strike, and in the labor government after 1945. 2. The concept of an aristocracy of labor was familiar to all students of the labor movement in 19th century Britain. But in analyzing it, we must distinguish fairly sharply between the pre-imperialist era and the others. In the golden age of British capitalism, its share of business profits depended, for practical purposes, on the direct bargaining strength of individual groups of workers, and in the determination of this, labor organizations, unions, co-ops, friendly societies played a vital part. The labor aristocracy tended to be a sharply demarcated group. Between 1850 and 1875 real wages rose only for those whose money income could be made to rise faster than prices. Moreover, only workers with substantial resources could individually, or through bodies like the co-ops, get access to the only consumer goods of good range and quality, which were at middle-class price levels. For the rest, the rags and adulterated goods which made cheap and nasty synonymous terms, had to suffice, for cheap overseas food did not begin to arrive until the 1870s, and, with some exceptions, production of consumer goods for a cheap mass market did not get underway until the Great Depression period. Hence the advantages of the strong bargainers were disproportionately great. But the terms of the bargains emerged almost entirely from the higgling of innumerable labor markets, sectional and regional. In general they were not, initially, the result of conscious policy. Employers were hostile to trade unions on principle, except where forced to deal with them. It was not until the 1860s and 70s that formal mechanisms to smooth labor relations were discovered to be desirable from a business point of view, and that bargaining of bodies of workers with bodies of employers received varying degrees of official or unofficial recognition. This was the period of the trade union legislation of 1867–75, of various bodies for conciliation and sliding scale agreements, of businessmen's championship of unions as means of avoiding dislocation. Point 2 But this was largely a recognition of established facts, though it was doubtless hastened by fear of the political strength of town artisans, who won the parliamentary vote in 1867. In other words, the transformation of militant Chartist workers into respectable aristocrats of labor, which Thomas Cooper noted and deplored, took place spontaneously, without any important change in capitalist policy, and with relatively small conscious changes in labor policy. Point 4 With the official recognition of trade unionism, and the coming of the Great Depression in the 70s, conscious and deliberate class collaboration came into the open. Now the boilermakers could sing. Spinning, shipbuilding, the northeastern coal fields to be held up to general admiration in the Webb's industrial democracy, the reasonable employer and the reasonable trade unionist worker, the fair capitalist and the fair worker, the big-hearted bourgeois, friend of the workers, and the narrow bourgeois-minded proletarian condition one another, and are both corollaries of one and the same relationship, whose foundation was the economic position of Britain from the middle of the 19th century. 6. The class collaboration of labor aristocrats in the 1880s and 90s was, of course, on a more limited scale than the later versions. It took the profitable operation of the British economy for granted, providing free trade continued, and limited its efforts to keep its own boss or its own industry in a fit state to grant concessions. There was as yet no general belief that the movement is concerned with the prosperity of industry. Can find more use for an efficient industry than a derelict one, and the unions can use their power to promote and guide the scientific reorganization of industry, as well as to obtain material advantages from this reorganization. Point 7 Such organized business unionism on a national scale as the Monturnor Conferences of 1927–28 implied, emerged from the Union's discovery that British capitalist economy was in a state of grave crisis. Even less was there any tendency to modify the traditional tactics of unions. Not until the later 1940s was it possible for a TUC General Council to accept a wage freeze at a time of boom profits, in order to ensure the stability of the economy as a whole. Nevertheless, in essence the sectional attitude of cotton operatives during the Great Depression, who refused to campaign for an 8-hour day because it might harm the competitive prospects of their industry, or boilermakers who refunded to their employers any financial loss due to bad workmanship or unauthorized strikes of their members, merely needed to be generalized, and put in a setting of institutional bargaining and 20th century politics, to resemble the policy of the post-1945 General Councils of the TUC. It is important to remember that the aristocracy of labor, or, insofar as the two were not the same, the labor movement of the period, necessarily excluded many, perhaps most, workers. To begin with, only a limited number was capable of trade union organization of any sort. The immense mass of semi-proletarians, the floating, irregularly employed paupers, outworkers, or hands in small workshops, the half-world of misery which emerges from Mayhew's London Labour and the London Poor in the 1850s, or from Charles Booth's survey in the 80s and 90s, was, for practical purposes, outside the range of the unions. Moreover, insofar as certain bodies of workers had affinities with this floating substratum. Seasonal migrants, like gas workers, casually hired men, as in the docks, or many of the then lower grades in factories, they suffered from similar disabilities. The strength of Chartism had lain precisely in its ability to mobilize such vast masses of the incompletely proletarianized. The great militant politico-industrial surges of 1889 and 1911 were to do the same. But all of these succeeded because they went beyond the confines of narrow trade unionism, and gave the movement revolutionary or socialist leadership and perspective. In the absence of such political consciousness, these sections of the working population remained, for any length of time, unorganized and unrepresented. It must not be forgotten that, outside a few centers, a fully developed factory system, or any large-scale unit of production did not develop until late in the century. 9. A similar reflection of the relative archaism of British industrial structure is the size of what we may call the docile population. American railways, for instance, organized strong unions early. British railways, however, staffed primarily from the great reservoir of cheap and cowed village labor, failed to do so until much later, and when unionism came, it was to a great extent in the form of an industrial union. It is, however, true that the slowness of technical change, and the relative shelter and immobility of certain trades, offset this to some extent. Where, for historical reasons, a nucleus of strong bargainers, willing to fight, was already in existence, it was not so easy to swamp it in a flood of cheap labor. Thus the Lancashire mule spinners retained and extended control of their industry, and became the backbone of a whole series of unions of various grades, including women, in the cotton industry, while in the United States the more headlong changes left similar bodies in the Northeast high and dry as small groups of craftsmen, while a cheap labor industry with weak unions was built up elsewhere. Even among the lower groups, factors like the national solidarity of the Irish helped to bring quite good organizations into being here and there among stevedores, for instance. By and large, however, it took 2 generations of fighting to weaken decisively the traditional docility of much British cheap labor. The third and most important factor in limiting the size of the labor aristocracy was the belief, which dominated the hiring policies of most employers, that workers could be divided into 2 groups, the artisans in possession of special skills or qualifications, and the mass of common labor, which could be hired, fired, or interchanged at will, without making any appreciable difference to efficiency, of which an oversupply was normally available in most places, except perhaps at the very top of a cyclical or seasonal boom. Only certain types of workers were in a position to make or keep their labor scarce enough, or valuable enough, to strike a good bargain. But the relatively favorable terms they got were, to a large extent, actually achieved at the expense of their less favored colleagues, not merely at the expense of the rest of the world which British business dominated. We need not stress the prevalence of such relics of early capitalism as systems of subcontracting, and the like, which made many skilled or supervising workers into actual co-employers of their less favored mates, for unions like the engineers often fought against these, or made no effort to perpetuate them. More important is the fact that the scarcity of the relatively prosperous workers was a function of the relative glut in the rest of the labor market. The whole point of the classical craft union was to keep the trade, and the entry to the trade, restricted quite apart from the actuarial arguments for excluding those less healthy or qualified workers who would merely drain union funds while weakening bargaining strength in other ways. Hence universal trade unionism was out of the question, though most unions honestly favored it, except where it seemed to threaten their sectional job monopoly. Nevertheless, sectional unionism of this sort was not without wider value. After all, it had 2 faces. If it fought against the rest of the working class for its special position, it also fought against the boss, for the right to a share of his profits, a small and stable share. In the course of this fight it established not merely a series of devices and institutions which have become the common property of the movement since trades councils, the Trades Union Congress, the efficient way of running union business, the strategy and tactics of short-term campaigning, but a whole system of the ethics of militancy. 10 The labor aristocrat might wear a top hat and think on business matters exactly like his employer, but when the pickets were out against the boss, he knew what to do. Moreover, he developed, if on a narrow basis, a solidarity and class consciousness, a belief that so long as a man worked for wages his interests were exclusively determined by that fact, a conviction which has become a valuable part of British labour tradition. The secretary of the Spinners or Glassblowers Union might become mill manager or entrepreneur, but while he was a union man, he behaved like a union man. And the existence of a strong nucleus of unionism in most basic industries made it vastly easier to expand the scope of the movement later on. 4. The advent of imperialism changed the state of affairs. If we are to speak of an aristocracy of labor * of reformist tendencies in this period, we shall be describing something much more complex than the prosperous artisan class of the 1860s. Then there had been masses of British workers, who, for practical purposes, had not benefited from the world monopoly of British capitalism. The further we progress into the imperialist era, the more difficult does it become to put one's finger on groups of workers which did not, in one way or another, draw some advantage from Britain's position, who were not able to live rather better than they would have done in a country whose bourgeoisie possessed fewer accumulated claims to profits and dividends abroad, or power to dictate the terms of trade with backward areas. Or, since there is no simple correlation between the standard of living and political moderation, on workers who could not be made to feel that their interests depended on the continuance of imperialism. It is indeed true that the benefits of imperialism, and its promises, were unevenly distributed among various workers at any given time, and that some of the mechanisms for distributing them did not come into full operation until the interwar years. It is equally true that the growing crisis of the British economy complicated the pattern. But, on the whole, the change remains. In the 1860s, then, we seek the bourgeois proletariat of which Marx spoke almost entirely among the favored artisan stratum. In the imperialist period we find it not only there, and in altogether new groups of privileged workers, but and this is equally significant in important bodies of the hitherto unprivileged and underpaid, and in what we may call the professional labor movement of politicians, union officials and others specially susceptible to capitalist persuasion. Paradoxically enough, the least reliable of these were some of the old aristocrats of our first period, for the new era undermined their position of special privilege. It is quite probable that, relatively speaking, the position of the skilled British artisan has never been higher than in the 1860s, nor his standard of living and access to education, culture, and travel so satisfactory, nor the gap between him and the small local manufacturers who employed him so narrow, nor that between him and the mass of labor so wide, but the former widened, as production concentrated and the owner-manager gave place to the joint stock corporation, and as a whole set of novel managerial technical and white-collar grades wedged themselves between the skilled man and his master. The latter gap narrowed, as also intermediate semi-skilled grades, machine operators and the like, filled the abyss between craftsman and laborer, and even pushed the craftsman himself into what he regarded as semi-skilled work. Most members of the Amalgamated Engineering Union today would not have been admitted to its predecessor in the 1880s. Moreover, the spread of cheap food, cheap mass-produced consumer goods, public education, and social security decreased the abnormal advantages of higher wages in the earlier period. Lastly, of course, the interwar crisis was to hit precisely the basic industries of 19th-century Britain, in which the old labor movement was most firmly entrenched. Step by step the labor aristocrat found himself forced into the ranks of the working class, and, on the whole, he moved to the left. Hence his readiness, after 1900, to ally himself with socialists in the Labour Party, to break with the Liberal Party which he had supported passionately, finally even to support a socialist program. Meanwhile, however, new groups of labor aristocrats had arisen in the managerial, technical, and white-collar grades, and it is among these that we must seek the real bourgeois proletariat of imperialism, flattered by its rulers, refusing even to regard themselves as members of the working class. Their special position was not even dependent on collective bargaining, as that of the artisans had been. Their actual earnings at the lower levels were not much higher than that of the artisans. They took most of their differential advantages in terms of a higher social status. Consequently, since their main aim was to raise themselves above the higher paid grades of the shirt-sleeved workers, their political hostility to labor was gratifyingly intense. Only gradually did the crisis of imperialist economy bring them into the labor movement. White-collar unions appeared, on a small scale, in the 1890s, and again just before World War I. The aftermath of that war brought the beginnings of professional trade unionism among scientists, university teachers, and the like, and the firm unionization of at least one group of white-collar employees, the civil service clerks. But it was not until the later years of World War II, with their expansion of professional and supervisory unions, and the political upheaval which made masses of white-collar and managerial men and women vote labor for the first time, that really important shifts in the allegiance of these groups took place. Even more important were the changes in the status of the mass of hitherto unprivileged, unrecognized, and unorganized labor, illustrated by the narrowing gap between skilled and unskilled wage rates. Modern developments in production brought the chance of upgrading from unskilled to semi-skilled jobs, from casual underemployment to regular, though not necessarily better paid engagements, from negligible to respectable bargaining strength. Modern social security legislation brought at any rate a slight relief from the awful anxieties of those without any financial reserves at all. 2. 11. Thus the building laborer's rate, 50% of the craftsman's before 1914, is today 80% of it. The spread of payment by results has meant, however, that earnings have not been leveled in the same way as rates. World wars even brought about the unique contingency of labor scarcity. For the utter pariahs of the mid-19th century slums, even modest improvements seemed absolute gains. The skilled fitter would rightly regard the introduction of a semi-automatic machine, operated at a penny or two above the laborer's rate, as a means of intensifying exploitation. The unskilled laborer might well, all reserves made, regard it as triumphant promotion for a time at least. The archaism of British industrial structure in the earlier period increased the effect of such changes. Moreover, whatever happened to the unprivileged as a whole, sections of them undoubtedly improved their position, if only through the automatic changes in the distribution and structure of industries. While the old centers of skilled labor became derelict areas, populated by long-term unemployed, old centers of casual and low-grade labor became relatively prosperous homes of light mass production industry, distribution, etc. Between 1929 and 1937 the unemployment rate in London never reached half that of the northeast coast. In the 1880s the dockers had been regarded and, though they contained stronger groups, rightly regarded as a typically weak and helpless body, in 1948 they were among the most highly paid workers. Again, the vast expansion of central and local government provided a great many sheltered and relatively secure jobs for low-qualified workers who, earlier, would inevitably have formed part of the casual reservoir. It would be interesting to trace the growth of these networks of vested interests in stability, for instance in areas like South Wales and London in which the Labour Party has had control of municipal patronage for a long period. One could multiply such examples. What is even more important, the unprivileged for the first time became capable of using the bargaining methods of the labor movement on a large scale. The scale of the collective bargain increased, it took place more and more in a web of public or semi-public institutions, it was backed by the pressure of an independent and threatening political labor movement. For the established trade union this meant little, for it was already recognized, and its bargaining strength was in any case formidable. For the hitherto weak and unprivileged, it brought a profound change, and, as we shall see, major temptations. It is true that the crisis of the British economy counteracted these tendencies. Possibly, had the country faced a catastrophic crisis whose effects on the standard of all workers had become palpable, it would have overborne them entirely. But the accumulated profits of world monopoly and empire, the strategic position of British capitalism, cushioned both workers and employers against too harsh an impact of reality, until such time as the narrow free enterprise labor movement of the 1870s had had time to broaden into the powerful Fabian reformist movement of our century. Thus the leftward movement among the old labor aristocrats was slower and more partial than one might have expected, even though it has been unmistakable in such classical craft unions as the amalgamated engineers, even though the General Secretary of the Boilermakers today may be heard saying things which would make his predecessor of the 1880s turn in his grave, and the venerable iron founders, who date back to 1809, are today a left-wing union of relatively low-paid semi-skilled grades. But if they have changed, so, even more startlingly, have others, notably the two great general unions of transport and municipal workers, who today form a quarter of the total union membership. The ancestor of the municipal workers, Will Thorne's Gas Workers Union, began life in the year of upheaval, 1889, as the nearest thing to a red body conceivable before the foundation of communist parties. Eleanor Marx was a power on its executive, her husband drafted its rules and aims, virtually all its national and district leaders were Marxian Social Democrats. Yet within 20 years it had shifted considerably to the right, and the great figures of its second and third generation, the Right Honourable J.R. Kleins, Lord Duke Ston, Sir Tom Williamson, are about as far on the right wing of the Labour Party as is possible. The story of the Dockers Union, another child of 1889, and ancestor of the transport workers of today, is slightly more complex. It collapsed pretty badly between 1892 and 1910, and had to be revived by another bout of aggressive expansion, which gave its original rebel leadership a second period of prominence. Moreover, certain of its constituent sections, such as the busmen, have faced problems which pushed them, too, towards the left. Yet if we follow the career of the greatest of its second-generation leaders, Mr. Ernest Bevin, from its Marxian social democratic origins in Bristol, through its riot of active industrial unionist agitation, to success, a career as the far from radical boss of the largest union in the country, and finally into the cabinet as foreign secretary, the general trend is sufficiently obvious. The two great unions of the outcasts of 1889 became the two main pillars of conservatism in the British movement. v. What makes these changes so complex is the remarkable combination of political currents flowing both to the right and the left, local intensification of reformism in a general setting of radicalization, for instance. We have seen that in the golden age of British world monopoly, the ruling class had bought social stability, and what it considered efficient production, at a grotesquely cheap price, as Joseph Chamberlain was the first to remind his colleagues. 11 In theory, the case for deliberate reformism, or a conscious high-wage economy as a means for obtaining both under the conditions of the new era, was strong, and numerous groups of intellectuals, from Toynbee and Alfred Marshall to Sidney and Beatrice Webb, pressed it. So did some employers, ironically enough often men whose connections with the colonies were especially close, like the cocoa, chocolate, and soap firms. In practice, however, capitalists were conscious of a growing threat, and rarely inclined to grant concessions except under duress. British imperialism, after all, right from the start, marked a step back, from potential world monopoly to actual quarter world monopoly, even though in absolute figures the latter might be larger than the former. But precisely at the time when the limitless horizon was contracting for them, British businessmen seemed to be called upon, through direct concessions, through taxation or otherwise, to pay out more of their profits than before to more of the workers. Certainly they were called on to abandon that absolute right to do what one likes with one's own, to which they were accustomed. Concessions were therefore extorted by force, and followed by increasingly desperate counterattacks, which forced even moderate labor to the left. The Union's decision to form a Labour Party as a result of the attack on their legal status is the best known example. Indeed, both reformism and attack may be seen in action simultaneously. Thus, after the general strike of 1926, the coal owners and the stupider sections of the Conservative Party hit back in the traditional way by union smashing and punitive anti-trade union legislation. Meanwhile, another group of employers, headed by Sir Alfred Mond of the Chemical Trust, met the threat in exactly the opposite way, by inviting the Trade Union Congress leadership to the notorious Conferences on Industrial Peace and Rationalization which, under the name of the Mond-Turner Conferences, became a landmark in the history of class collaboration. Similarly, both tendencies coexisted in the labor movement. Thus the general period of the Great Depression saw both a radicalization of the movement and an intensification of the embourgeoisement of the old unions, the beginnings of which we noted above. The historian looking back over the whole period is therefore struck as much by the massive setbacks to class collaboration as by its great advances. The unemployment of the Depression of the 1880s did more to shake the belief of British trade unionists in unfettered private enterprise than the official recognition of the craft aristocracy did to reinforce it. The desperate counterattack of employers against the radical unionism of 1889 and after did indeed destroy much of it, but its main long-term result was to push even the conservative old unions into a symbiosis with the socialists into an independent Labour Party potentially separate from middle-class liberalism. That party was for years little more than a weak pressure group on the flank of the liberals, and one easily conciliated. But while parliamentary Labour leaders were tamed, the failure of Edwardian imperialism to maintain the conditions of the working class precipitated another outbreak of labour unrest, led by rank-and-file syndicalists and industrial unionists. World War I did still more to alienate the workers from a belief in the capitalist system, broke the allegiance of the Labour Party to the liberals whom it replaced within a few years, and even committed the party in theory to a socialist program. True, from 1921 to 1934 the employers counterattacked with much effect. By 1934 the unions had barely more members than in 1913, the Labour Party was reduced to a rump of 50-odd members of parliament, and by dint of unparalleled human misery the unexpectedly high cost of the social services, notably of unemployment benefit, had been restored to an actuarially sound basis. Nor did the moderate leaders of the movement resist strongly, being themselves anxious to retreat from the uncomfortably radical position into which the unrest of 1911-26 had forced them, if not, like MacDonald, Snowden, J. H. Thomas and others, to go over to the Duchesses entirely. Yet the main result of the hard-faced interwar decades was to alienate a solid core of millions of citizens permanently from any party which does not promise socialism. The landslide of 1945 was the answer. This does not mean that the reformist leadership of the labor movement has become any less wedded to the status quo, if anything the opposite has been the case. It is quite as easy to justify a moderate policy in socialist as it is in liberal or conservative phrases, the former may be even more effective. But if the socialist consciousness of the British working class is potential rather than real, if indeed it is at every moment transformed into its opposite in the context of a reformist movement and imperialist institutions, we should nevertheless be wrong to underrate the bitter process of political education which has taught it utterly to reject capitalism, even though it may not quite know what such a rejection implies. 6. Yet what strikes the observer is the survival rather than the weakening of British reformism, the failure of a communist party or of the semi-Marxist left to make decisive headway, rather than the change in the political spirit of the movement as a whole. It used to be argued that this strength was due to the benefits of imperial exploitation and would therefore last only as long as British workers were still protected against the full rigors of their position by it. This argument, though obviously oversimplified at all times, has not yet entirely lost its force, for the most striking thing about post-1945 Britain is the extraordinary slowness with which all sections of British politics have adjusted themselves to the decline and fall of the British Empire. One can hardly claim that the process began seriously until the middle 1950s, and even by the early 1960s its progress was very modest. It is arguable, and indeed probable, that a genuine exposure of Britain to the economic and political realities of the post-imperial period must bring about profound changes in British home and foreign politics. Indeed, one of the less advertised arguments of the champions of the European common market was that exposure to the European economies would break the force of the immense vested interest in economic and technical conservatism among both businessmen and trade unions, by bankrupting the more inefficient of the first and wrecking the second. The argument that British reformism in its present form depends on a certain protection against economic realities does not depend on the assumption that imperial exploitation continues as before. 12. It can be reformulated to depend on one or more of four assumptions. The first of these is the immense and growing advantage which all advanced economies have over all backward or weakly developed ones. The second is the absence of serious economic depressions, i.e., of mass unemployment, since 1941. The third is the abnormal strength of the labor movement in Britain. The fourth is the survival of old-fashioned or restyled economic imperialist exploitation, which is not entirely negligible. However, it is by no means certain that the adjustment to Britain's real economic position in the world would transform the British labour movement from a reformist to a revolutionary one, if only because there are plainly important factors making against any drastic attempt to solve economic difficulties at the expense of the workers, notably the political competition between the capitalist and socialist sectors of the world. 13. It is therefore foolish to predict such a transformation, though not more foolish than to argue that Western labor has entered an age of permanent economic contentment. For the purposes of this essay, prophecy is not in any case necessary. We are here concerned rather with the mechanism by which an increasingly reformist leadership has been maintained. The problem of such a mechanism arises, because it is evident from the persistent struggle between left and right within the labor movement, that reformism in the sense normally given to it by the labor leadership, is far from an unchallenged dominance. In labor movements such as those of the USA, no serious left wing exists at all, and socialism plays no significant part. In the social democratic parties which dominate several European countries, such as the West German, the Austrian, and the French, serious challenges to the right-wing policies of their leadership either do not exist, or come from outside the party, example from the Communists. In Britain they are persistently strong. Moreover, from time to time their strength is evidently on the increase, as in the period from 1957 to 1962, which saw the end of the long domination of the TUC by an automatic bloc of the right, and the consequent defeat of the Labour Party leadership in open battle. There are four reasons for this strength of the left. The first is that the aspiration towards a new and not merely an improved society is deeply rooted in European labour movements, and probably in all but very anomalous labour movements. This does not mean that it is very effective in practice. The second lies in the massive sense of class solidarity and class unity of the British working class. Even today the chief, indeed the overwhelming, appeal of the Labour Party to its electorate is that it is a class party. The third lies in the often neglected fact that British Labour did not undergo the split which separated communists from social democrats in the aftermath of the 1917 revolution, but rather a split which pushed formerly liberal workers into an independent, and officially socialist, working-class party. This fact was recognized by Lenin and the Communist International and led them to favor the exceptional policy of urging British communists to enter the Labour Party in order to convert and capture it, rather than to compete with it. In spite of occasional swerves to the alternative policy, largely under international pressure as in 1928-35 and after 1948, the policy of pushing Labour to the left rather than creating an alternative mass party has remained the normal one for British communists. The progressive doctrinal exclusiveness of the Labour Party, and its tendency to ban from membership or association an increasing range of views and organisations, has of course made the original aim of formal communist affiliation to Labour rather academic. The fourth reason is, that the left in Britain has always had a real if non-revolutionary function within the movement, namely that of making reformism effectively reformist. It has always acted as the brains trust of the movement, especially on the industrial side. Virtually all suggestions for the modernization of trade union structure and policy have always come from whatever was the contemporary left: the Marxists of the 1880s, the syndicalist Marxists of the 1910s, the communists of the 1930s and 1940s. The militants and rank-and-file leaders, or the leaders of new and unstablished or old and threatened unions, have tended to gravitate to the left. If it had not existed, the movement would have had to invent it, for as we have seen, the fighting conservative or moderate union leader of the type of John L. Lewis or James Hoffa in the USA, has been a very rare bird indeed in Britain. In brief, the left has been and is a massive and integral part of a labor movement which has remained in essence united, electorally and in its trade union activities. How large remains a matter of debate, but even the fog of favorable publicity which surrounds every right-wing leader, e.g., the late Hugh Gaitskell, has never succeeded in obscuring their relative lack of electoral appeal, and the far greater popularity of the left among the party militants. Nevertheless, whatever its strength, the working-class left has normally been much more ineffective than the right, except at occasional moments of extreme social tension. Almost always it has been too weak to do more than modify a policy controlled by the right. Its strength has been sufficient to make the most convenient position from which to lead the Labour Party one slightly to the left of centre. But its policy has almost invariably been at best somewhat to the right of centre, and at worst very much to the right of it. Even in 1945-50 the Labour government was left only by liberal and not by socialist standards, or even by those of a populist radicalism such as that of FFD Roosevelt's second administration. It is this quasi-permanent inferiority of the left to the right which has to be explained. 7. At this stage the theory of spontaneity in labor movements, best known in the form of Lenin's distinction between the limited trade union consciousness which movements develop spontaneously and the socialist consciousness which they do not, becomes relevant. Lenin's argument is twofold. Point 14. On the one hand, the spontaneous experience of the workers is limited to the problems of their economic struggle, i.e., the relations between employers and workers. But a wider sense of socialist long-term objectives, strategy, and tactics is not to be derived from such experience, but only from the sphere of the relations between all the various classes and strata and the state and government. 15. Which is beyond the spontaneous perspective of the proletariat, at least initially. On the other, in the absence of such a perspective, spontaneous movements are likely to drift into the wake of bourgeois ideology. The details of Lenin's analysis are open to query, but the importance of his distinction is fundamental. For our purpose it is perhaps useful to elaborate and to rephrase it. The spontaneous experience of the working class leads it to develop two things: on the one hand a set of immediate demands and of institutions, modes of behavior, etc., designed to achieve them; on the other, but in a much vaguer form and not invariably, a general discontent with the existing system, a general aspiration after a more satisfactory one, and a general outline of alternative social arrangements. The first group of ideas is in the nature of things far more precise and specific than the second. Moreover, they operate all the time, whereas the second are of little practical importance, though of immense moral importance, except at the comparatively rare moments when the complete overthrow of the existing system appears likely or immediately practicable. Under conditions of stable capitalism, trade union consciousness is quite compatible with the de facto acceptance of capitalism, unless that system fails to allow for the minimum trade unionist demand of a fair day's work for a fair day's pay. Spontaneous labor movements therefore are likely to act as though capitalism were permanent, reducing their socialist aspirations, where they exist, to politically irrelevant appendices to their real activities, or to the support of political pressure groups. This is not simply because bourgeois propaganda is older, more influential, and more omnipresent than socialist ideology, but because even socialist movements must, in their day-by-day activities, act as though capitalism were permanent for most of the time. Except in the rare times of revolutionary crisis, a higher degree of political consciousness, a special effort, is needed to prevent the movement from drifting into mere reformism, unless some such obvious fact as sheer hunger or mass unemployment maintain the revolutionary mood of the workers. A conscious socialist movement, and notably a communist party, provide such a special factor. If a working class attached itself to such a movement at the crucial phase of its development when it forms such attachments, it will have some built-in guarantee against the drift into reformism, for class consciousness and unity are two of the most elementary lessons of spontaneous proletarian experience. But if, as in the British case, it attaches itself to a movement largely formed in the pre-Marxist mold, it will not. The loyalty and theoretical inertia which it derives from its spontaneous experience will maintain its traditional attachments, and unless quite extraordinary catastrophes occur, and even then by no means lightly or rapidly, it will stay with them. So long as labor is our movement, local and secessional disagreements with this or that aspect of its policy and behavior will not affect the basic loyalty *. Spontaneity * allows the rank and file to drift passively towards the right, but it actively propels the cadres of the movement towards moderation. The handful of simple rules of thumb based on class consciousness and solidarity, by which the base determines its political conduct, do not offer much guidance at a higher level. So long as the movement is outlawed, persecuted, and unrecognized, not much guidance is needed, and one sometimes detects among the theoretical left a certain nostalgia for this straightforward situation, a wish to prolong by means of a priori condemnations of all compromise, coalition, or maneuver the golden age when nothing disturbs the mind of the simple hard-fighting militant. But unless the capitalist system is overthrown earlier, recognition and its attendant complexities come, in one form or another, to all labor movements when they are too strong to be neglected or destroyed. At this point only the firmest and clearest revolutionary theory or moral commitment can safeguard the labor cadre against mere reformism. In Britain, where the working class has been for almost a century far too strong to be wished away by the ruling classes, its movement has been enmeshed in the web of conciliation and collaboration more deeply, and far longer, than anywhere else. In most European countries the decision to tolerate the labor movement and to operate with it rather than against it was taken not earlier than the end of the 19th century. In France it occurred in the 1880s, after the ending of the post-commune hysteria, in Germany after Bismarck, with the abrogation of the anti-socialist laws, in Italy after the failure of the Crispy repression. In Britain, however, both the official acceptance of trade unionism and of the mass electorate occurred in the middle 1860s. Recent historical work has thrown much light on the soul-searching among the ruling classes which preceded the deliberate decisions to do so. 16 From that moment no systematic attempt to suppress the labor movement has been made in Britain, except by particular sections of business, never entirely backed by even the most conservative of governments. On the contrary, the fundamental posture of government and increasingly of the major industries has been that of the lion tamer rather than the big game hunter. The most militant periods of labor baiting or labor smashing, notably in the later 1890s, were those in which labor policy escaped from the control of governments into the much more short-sighted one of private consortia of capitalists and ultra-conservative lawyers. The dream of a country free from unions and a labor party still sweetens the lunchtime conversations of such businessmen as have no experience of the realities of industrial livestock. What went wrong with the employers counterattack of the 1890s, for which, see J. Suville in A. Briggs and J. Suville Studies in Labor History, was that an offensive aimed at new and weak unions, or particular unions, developed by a series of legal decisions into one threatening an entire labor movement, including the most moderate sections. Brokers, bankers, and their like, or of the helpless little business men, and finds an echo in the speeches of the more stupid politicians and the publications of the more feudal press lords. But even between 1921 and 1933, when the fight to a finishers temporarily gained control and tried to force labor to its knees, they were, as we have seen, always held in some sort of check by the dominant and moderate wing of the Conservative Party, tacitly assisted by the Liberals. At moments of fear and hysteria, attempts to attack labor all along the line may still be made, but the rulers of a country 90% of whose citizens live by earning wages and 2/3 of which are manual workers, have been far too wise to indulge in them, even in the 1930s, when European fascism made the defeat of labor look tempting and possible. There are, in such a situation, two factors which drive a labor movement to the right. On the one hand, the mere technicalities of recognized trade union activity in a modern capitalist economy involve leaders, above the shop or works level, in a network of joint activities with employers and the state, and so does the mere existence of a working class party which is a potential government or partner in government coalitions in parliamentary systems. This is a problem for communist as well as for social democratic parties, as in France during the Popular Front and the immediate post-war periods. On the other, there are the systematic efforts of government and business designed to strengthen labor moderation and weaken the revolutionaries. Communists have so far been largely exempt from these, because government and business have regarded them collectively as irreconcilable, but it is by no means impossible that the same tactics will be applied to them. We must consider this process from the somewhat different points of view of the employers, the government, and labor. Little need be said about the employers, since their attitude remains one of fundamental reluctance to accept the existence of a labor movement at all, except as a lesser evil. This is reflected in the general press treatment of virtually any strike or trade union demand, and in a strongly surviving middle-class folklore about the evils of trade union dictatorship. Even today, the worker who refuses to join a union tends to be regarded as a hero figure, the shop steward as a tyrant, mitigated only by an inadequate education which film directors affect to find comic, the trade union as a subspecies of totalitarianism. Management, especially large and intelligent firms, have long accepted trade unionism, both nationally and locally, but with relatively few exceptions, employers have not taken the initiative in taming the labor movement. However, in politics, non-labor parties and governments have, from 1867 on, deliberately taken such initiatives. The Liberal Party attempted to establish itself as the party of the people, and might well have succeeded in doing so, but for the reluctance of older politicians like Gladstone and of certain groups of businessmen in the party to pay the necessary price in government interference. The deliberate sponsoring of working men candidates, the promotion of working-class ministers, the first grants of royal honors such as membership of the Privy Council to workers belong to this liberal era. A special characteristic of British capitalism favored the absorption of labor organizations into the government apparatus, which also began before 1914, the absence of a professional bureaucracy of social administration. Both it and the first rudimentary state systems of labor management and social security had to be improvised almost simultaneously. In the context of a policy of conciliation, it seemed as natural to take trade unionists into the civil service by the 1890s. Many of them already looked forward to such posts after retirement 17 as to use their statistical services. The National Insurance Act of 1912 even made the unions into a part of the administration of health insurance as approved societies, thus providing those without much bargaining strength with a sound reason for holding their members while at the same time discouraging excessive militancy. Thence it was only a step to the modern techniques of enmeshing labor in a net of advisory and consultative bodies, which were developed particularly in the course of the two world wars, and have been of major importance since 1945.18. The trade unions are today vital intermediaries between the state and the workers. The rise of the Labour Party after 1918 posed the special problem of a possible Labour government. Given the moderation of the party's leaders, there was never any serious doubt about its solution. From 1923 it was clear that a coalition of Liberals and Labour, even under a Labour Prime Minister, was not only tolerable but actually desirable as a means of heading off irresponsibility. 19 The effect of this policy of conciliation and recognition on the spontaneous labor militant is complex. At its simplest, the armor of ignorance and remoteness from temptation may flake off, leaving him an easy prey to the hospitality, the pseudo-camaraderie, or even the mere courtesy of the mighty. At a slightly less elementary level, the ex-militant may identify the recognition of his party or union, and his own personal success, with the success of the movement. That a man like himself should have advanced so far is not merely, he may reflect, a reflection of the movement's strength, but actually demonstrates its achievements. More objectively, the discovery that higher politics and negotiation are rather more complicate than a simple agitator, propagandist, and organizer might have suspected, may unsettle him. If rebellious, the spontaneous militant may react to this discovery with a blanket hostility to parliament, politics, and all other institutions which put the purity of the movement in jeopardy, and a current of such hostility often runs through the first phases of history when this absorption of labor into official life takes place, example in England from 1911 to 1926. But inevitably, even the most revolutionary must fight the battles for improvement and reform according to the nature of the terrain, which is that of realistic calculation in a capitalist economy and a capitalist state. That is to say, they must compromise, make allies, and in general act as reformists. If he is to be effective in a stable capitalist economy, even the communist union leader must do this, whatever his private reservations and calculations. A communist municipality in a non-communist state must for most of the time behave very much like any other left-wing municipality. It is thus only natural that for many spontaneous labor militants the alternative to mindless militancy is for practical purposes an efficient reformism within a capitalist environment which is regarded as de facto permanent, or which is regarded, at best, as subject only to gradual and piecemeal change. The appeal of such empiricism is perhaps best illustrated in the career of the late Ernest Bevin, the most influential trade union leader of the post-1918 period, and perhaps with Arthur Horner of the miners, the ablest. Bevin, as we have seen, began as a man of the extreme left. He deliberately chose the Social Democrats over the ILP as being more revolutionary and cannot be regarded as moderate by natural inclination or tradition. Yet, in fact, his career is one of increasing political moderation. It would seem clear, though his biography throws only indirect light on the matter, that the most important factor in his evolution was the discovery that capitalism was not breaking down, underlined as it was by the defeat of the general strike and a visit to the then very flourishing industries of the USA. There is no evidence that Bevin abandoned his socialist convictions immediately, or at all. In the early 30s he was still prepared to cooperate closely with G.D.H. Cole and other left-wingers, and as late as 1936 he declared his belief in socialism in a form which the labor right of the 1950s would have regarded as extremist. Yet, in fact, the business of trade unionism had to go on, and under the conditions operating after the general strike, it implied, he thought, increasing collaboration with state and management. The logic of this position led him into the Foreign Secretaryship in 1945. Bevin's career, however, also illustrates another factor in the British labour movement which made the abandonment of spontaneity even more difficult: its marked anti-intellectualism. This characteristic, often found in spontaneous labour movements, is in one sense an index of the strength of their class consciousness, membership of the class being defined as working with one's hands. In another sense, it is an index of its limitations. Insofar as socialist intellectuals bring into the movement, as Lenin suggested, just that widening of political perspectives which corrects its spontaneity, the suspicion of all intellectuals perpetuates the movement's narrowness. Of course this suspicion is sometimes justified. The bulk of Britain's labour intellectuals were relatively late migrants from liberalism, whose net effect on labour was certainly not to push it towards the left. Nor is the spontaneous ouvriérisme of proletarian movements inevitably linked to a reformist ideology. In France it is historically linked with a sort of Robespierrist Jacobinism, in Hispanic countries often with anarchist traditions of direct action. However, in Britain the traditions of working-class anti-intellectualism are mostly reformist, and class exclusiveness perpetuates and, indeed, accentuates them. 9. To sum up, the roots of British reformism no doubt lie in the history of a century of economic world supremacy, and the creation of a labour aristocracy, or even more generally, of an entire working class which drew advantages from it. Conversely, the maintenance of the belief that British capitalism is a going concern, and not liable to immediate collapse, is a necessary condition of its survival. A second, and not negligible reason for its maintenance belongs to the superstructure of history. It is, that the British labour movement was formed and moulded at the time when the dominant tradition was that of a reforming liberal radicalism, whose stamp it still bears. However, the third and perhaps most important reason for its survival is general rather than specific. It is that, in conditions of stable or flourishing capitalism, and of official recognition of labor movements, a reformist policy is natural because it is the obvious and practical policy, and a revolutionary policy correspondingly difficult. Therefore the spontaneous slope of the political and social landscape will tend to make labor movements slip towards reformism, unless they resist it, and even often when they do. This does not mean that labor movements in such circumstances must become reformist. Historical factors such as the impregnation of a movement with a revolutionary ideology at the crucial stage of its development, or the refusal of state and employers to conciliate it, may offset the natural drift towards reformism. Revolutionary movements may devise strategies for the transformation of society which do not require barricades or insurrection, or sudden and cataclysmic political change. They may indeed have no other choice, if they are not to drift into the casual insurrectionism of minorities, such as tempted the European left in the syndicalist period before World War I, or the massive self-exclusion of a labor movement which merely claims to wait for its historic moment to arrive. The first of these tactics is unlikely to be effective in non-revolutionary situations. The second may merely amount to a tacit conversion to reformism. 17. Custom, wages, and workload. In 19th century industry. The basic principle of the 19th century private enterprise economy was to buy in the cheapest market and to sell in the dearest. For the employer to buy labor in the cheapest market implied buying it at the lowest rate per unit of output, i.e., to buy the cheapest labor at the highest productivity. Conversely, for the worker to sell his labor in the dearest market meant logically to sell it at the highest price for the minimum unit of output. Obviously it was to the advantage of the bricklayer to get ID for an hour, which meant the laying of 50 bricks rather than 100. The ideal situation envisaged by classical economics was one in which the wage rate was fixed exclusively through the market without the intervention of non-economic compulsion on either side. For the employers this implied having a permanent reserve army of labor at all required grades of skill, for the workers permanent full, or rather overfull, employment. It also implied that both sides would be actuated by market motives, the employers by the search for the highest possible profit, the workers by the search for the highest possible wage. Gross though these oversimplifications are, they nevertheless represent the relevant parts of that simple theoretical model of a self-regulating market economy to which many economists and businessmen aspired and which they believed to be largely in operation. The point was, that neither employers nor workers completely recognized the rules of this game or what they implied. This was partly due to the fact that they were unrealistic. Thus even the workers most open to wage incentives are so only up 406. To a point, social security, comfort at work, leisure, etc., compete with money. But it was also due to a tendency to base economic behavior not on long-term rational analysis, but on custom, empiricism, or short-term calculation. In this essay I propose to discuss some of the effects of this on 19th century labor productivity. The conclusions of this discussion may be summarized as follows. 1. There are two main watersheds in the 19th century history of the employment of industrial labor. 1, probably, in the decades around the middle of the century, the other towards the end of the Great Depression. Both mark changes, or the beginning of changes, in the attitude of both workers and employers. Both, incidentally, coincide with turning points in the evolution of other aspects of the economy. 2. The first marks the partial learning of the rules of the game. Workers learned to regard labor as a commodity to be sold in the historically peculiar conditions of a free capitalist economy, but, where they had any choice in the matter, still fixed the basic asking price and the quantity and quality of work by non-economic criteria. Employers learn the value of intensive rather than extensive labor utilization and to a lesser extent OF incentives, but still measured the degree of labor utilization by custom, or empirically if at all. 3. The second marks the complete learning of the rules of the game. Workers began to demand what the traffic would bear and, where they had any choice, to measure effort by payment. Employers discover genuinely. How did workers in the early industrial economy decide what wages and conditions to accept and what effort to put into their work, assuming that they had any choice? They have rarely told us, so that we are forced into conjecture, based partly on observation, partly on the analysis of the scattered historical data. 1. No initial problem of wage determination arose for the unskilled or those in abundant supply. They had to take a subsistence wage, or one fixed so as just to attract them away from farm labor. 2. The fact that the wages of unskilled labor were fixed at or around subsistence costs is overwhelmingly attested by theorists, industrialists, and historians. We may therefore take the subsistence wage of the unskilled or plentiful laborer or farmhand as the point of reference, in relation to which all other grades fixed their own positions. We must neglect problems arising out of the payment of wages in kind. Subsistence was, of course, not a physiological absolute, but a conventional category varying at different times and in different places. The characteristic skilled worker in pre-industrial crafts would expect to get ideally about twice as much as the common laborer, a differential of great antiquity and persistence, for we can find it in Diocletian's price and wage fixing as in that of the English J.P.S. under Henry VI and Charles II, in 18th century Italy, in France, in the Barcelona building trades of the 19th century, and doubtless elsewhere. In fact, the skilled man normally tended to get rather less than this differential, especially when unable to restrict entry from the unskilled grades, and more when entry was effectively restricted, as 408. When the skilled man was white, the unskilled colored. In practice, the relation between the rates of the pre-industrial laborer and craftsman, say the mason and his laborer, was more likely to be 2 to 3 or 3 to 5, than 1 to 2.3. How would a skilled man fix his wage standard in relation to other skilled men? The calculations here, though tacit and often unconscious, were rather complex. On the one hand, each worker would regard himself as belonging to a particular stratum, say of craftsmen, as distinct from laborers, and would therefore expect a wage conforming to its social status. Masons, tilers, and carpenters would expect to earn wages of the same rough order of magnitude, as would smiths, engineers, skilled tailors, and shoemakers. On the other hand, within each stratum or industry there was a well-defined hierarchy, though it is not always clear whether this represented earning capacity or whether earnings reflected it. Thus the coachmakers in 1837 are not an equal body, but one composed of classes taking rank one after the other. The body makers are first on the list, then follow the carriage makers, then the trimmers, then the smiths, then the spring makers, then the wheelwrights, painters, platers, brace makers, and so on. The body makers are the wealthiest of all and compose among themselves a species of aristocracy to which the other workmen look up with feelings half of respect, half of jealousy. They feel their importance and treat the others with various consideration. Carriage makers are entitled to a species of condescending familiarity, trimmers are considered too good to be despised, a foreman of painters they may treat with respect, but working painters can at most be favored with a nod. 4. Similar hierarchies are attested for the new industries, in Alsace, Lancashire, the engineering workshops, and elsewhere. 5. No doubt status reflected wage differences, or wage differences hardened into custom, but workers did not clearly distinguish between these and the status they believed to be attached to the job. A compositor who did not get a higher wage than, say, a local tailor would regard himself as ill-served, whatever the relative demand for each on the market. Traditional differentials were, of course, less important in new industries and in those dominated by piecework. It is dangerous to exaggerate the role of custom in the wage structure of a fully industrial economy, as some recent students have done, though custom undoubtedly somewhat distorted it. The point is, that the wage structure of a developed capitalist economy was not formed in a void. It began as a modification or distortion of the pre-industrial wage hierarchy and only gradually came to approximate to the new pattern, more quickly in areas of acute labor shortage or glut, in economies dominated by sharp business fluctuations, than in others, and certainly more quickly in those economies which succeeded in destroying or disorganizing the self-defense organizations of small producers or pre-industrial workers. However, the important thing to bear in mind is that the workers' wage calculation remained for long, and still to some extent remains, largely a customary and not a market calculation. One important result of this was that employers almost certainly got their skilled labor in the 19th century at less than market cost. This applies not only to countries with a generally low wage level such as Germany and Belgium, but also to Britain. It seems clear that, even allowing for the sharp cyclical fluctuations to which they were subject, iron founders and engineers in Britain before, say, 1840, lived in a wonderful seller's market and could have demanded much more than the rate of 30s. Or so which engineers in Lancashire got in the 1850s. Obviously competition between small firms and the absence of effective unions played its part, as did the fact that the men demanded some of their extra price in terms of non-economic satisfactions, such as independence of supervision, dignified treatment, and mobility. Nevertheless, the essential modesty of their demands was and remains important, as any Australian coming to this country is willing to attest. The more traditional and hierarchical their society, the greater it was. Since we can only speculate on what the traffic would bear in those days, we cannot of course measure the size of the bonus which employers drew from their workmen's unwillingness to charge it. One would guess that it was at least as great as the bonus they had drawn in the 18th century from Professor Hamilton's profit inflation. It also seems likely that their views on individual productivity were affected by it. The worker's labor effort, or standard of output per unit of time, was also determined by custom rather than market calculation, at any rate until he began to learn the rules of the game. The ideal of a fair day's work for a fair day's pay had, and has, little in common with the ideal of buying in the cheapest and selling in the dearest market. The criteria for a fair day's work are probably too complex for a cursory analysis. They depended partly on physiological considerations, on technical ones, on social ones, on moral ones, on economic ones, on historic ones, and doubtless on others. They were enforced by powerful collective pressure. 7 In fact, as we know, such standards were so well accepted that where workers had the choice there was often no major difference between time and piece rates, each could be translated into the other with little difficulty. The employer of time workers knew roughly how much piece output he would get. The employer of piece workers 8 knew that he was not likely to get more than the standard output for the accepted working week from them, though they might get it done in fewer days. What statistics we have tend to show that in non-mechanized industries output tended to fluctuate about a level trend. Productivity in the Ruhr mines remained pretty steady from 1790 to 1850 at between 87 and 97% of the 1850 level. In the Halle copper mines it averaged 12 to 13 tons per man shift for each trade cycle period between 1800 and 1850. In French coal mining it was equally stable between 1834 and 1852.10. This level was not necessarily the highest obtainable, but it is likely that workers labored as hard as they could, or were traditionally expected to do, subject to the proviso that they felt themselves to be getting a fair wage and that work did not interfere with their comfort at work and at leisure. Of course, raw workers, forced labor, or others set to do ungenial or untraditional work for which they had no customary standard, being untrained or unpracticed, workers feeling themselves to be underpaid, or unable to take any pride in their labor naturally worked only as hard as they had to. But pleasure in work is commoner than one thinks. Demands inquiries in the 1920s showed that in Germany 67% of skilled workers and even 44% of unskilled ones said they felt more pleasure than distaste for their work. 11 The moral stigma against slacking was and remained very great among such groups. The employer who took over such pre-industrial types of workers, or those who modeled themselves on them, could be fairly sure to get as much work per time unit out of them initially as was socially expected, unless or until he introduced the criteria of the market economy. Naturally, such rigidity of output could be troublesome where he required productivity to increase rapidly, or workers to adjust themselves to rapidly changing work processes. 12. It is therefore clear that skilled workers, indeed perhaps all workers who felt some self-respect and were not goaded into revolt, did not apply market criteria to the measurement of their efforts. Unskilled ones were of course habitually overdriven and underpaid, but employers did not expect more than the absolute minimum of voluntary work from them anyway, and relied perhaps wrongly, before the age of modern mass production, on discipline or driving to get as much effort as could be expected of them. 13. 2. Somewhere about the middle of the century we observe a conscious adjustment of skilled workers to the rules of the game, at least in Britain. Thus unions began in the 1840s to recognize the peculiar nature of the trade cycle in their provisions for unemployment, and a little later to develop the characteristic policies of the new model unionism: restriction of entry, maximum labor mobility between areas of slack and full employment, emigration benefit, the systematic use of friendly benefits, and so on. 14. As we know, the economic theory behind these policies aimed at the creation of a permanent scarcity of skilled labor, so as to raise its market price. Again, as we shall see, skilled workers as well as employers in the 1850s and 1860s tended to favor the shortest possible forms of hiring contracts so as to enable either side to bargain for better terms with the least possible delay. But, even if allowing for the exceptions to laissez-faire which unions naturally clung to, this was only a partial adaptation to free market bargaining. The criteria of a fair wage remained customary in many industries, those of a fair day's work equally inflexible. Indeed, some unions combined laissez-faire bargaining with strict penalization of bad work, as did the Boilermakers. 15. The period which followed the Great Depression may have seen a more fundamental change of attitude, as it saw a more fundamental revolution in the economy and in the structure of the labor force. In the first place, as Rowe has shown, certain groups of workers, e.g., the railwaymen, for the first time began to demand what the traffic would bear. In the second place there was, in a number of industries in various countries, a very marked slackening in individual productivity, all the more striking in contrast with the very rapid rise of the third quarter of the century. Thus in French coal mining, output per man day rose from 62 in the 1840s to 100 in 1887 to 95, after which it fell slowly to 95 in 1909 to 14. In Germany, productivity per worker in hard coal mining rose from 45 in 1844 to 52 to 101 in 1887-94, after which it remained roughly stable until 1913.16. Output per head in British and Belgian mining, in the London building trades, and Lancashire cotton spinning from the 1890s on showed similar tendencies. 17. Even if we allow, where necessary, for the effect of diminishing returns, or the increase of non-productive workers sometimes comprised in these totals, or the shortening of hours, the tend in C remains suggestive enough. In one or two cases it has been specifically put down to a certain slackening in the men's individual labor effort. 18. It is at least possible that certain groups of workers now began systematically to allow their output to sink unless held up by incentives, or else that the weakening of older forms of labor discipline or tradition produced the same result. Although industrial militants like Tom Mann developed the theory of free market bargaining by varying the workers' labor effort in the 1890s, 19 conscious and systematic slacking of this kind was no doubt rare. When proposed it met with a great deal of moral indignation, not only naturally, if illogically, from employers, but from skilled workers themselves and their sympathizers. 20. The tendency to slack undermined the worker's self-respect even if it improved his market position, and self-respect is a much more fundamental thing than the historically evanescent categories of the free market economy. Between 1880 and 1914, therefore, employers began to lose the advantages which they had hitherto enjoyed owing to the workers' ignorance of the rules of the game or their unwillingness to play it, and from which they had drawn considerable benefits. Sometimes, as in British cotton spinning, quasi-monopoly cushioned them against the effects of this loss. 21 Sometimes not. We must therefore turn to the employer side of the picture. If the failure to learn or apply the rules of the game caused workers often to work harder and for less money than they need theoretically have done, the employer's failure to learn or apply them caused them to utilize the labor they hired with remarkable inefficiency. In considering the behavior of 19th century entrepreneurs, we must naturally distinguish between what might be inefficient today, but could be rationally justified under then prevailing conditions, and what could not. The early industrial entrepreneur believed, not without some justification, that his labor force was largely impervious to monetary incentives, reluctant to work in the way which suited him, or indeed to enter his employ at all. As Townsend O.B. served in 1780. The poor know little of the motives which stimulate the higher ranks to action: pride, honor, and ambition. In general, it is only hunger which can spur and goad them on to labor. 22. And, we might add, only discipline which would keep them at it. It was therefore logical for employers to use compulsion, non-economic as well as economic, to recruit the labor force and to keep it at work. Hence the first half of the 19th century is anything but laissez-faire in its labor relations. In Britain it saw the codification of the master and servant law, which penalized breaches of contract more harshly for men than for masters. 23. The systematic if not always effective outlawing of trade unions and strikes. The repeal of the Combination Acts made relatively little difference to this. A marked taste for long-term and inelastic labor contracts like the miners' annual or monthly bond. 24. And that ruthless piece of legal economic coercion, the New Poor Law. Elsewhere similar devices were common. These things were in part rationally justifiable in terms of contemporary theory, though not wholly so, for employers were only too willing to abandon laissez-faire when it did not suit them. Thus annual bonds, though understandable as a response to local labor shortages, as in the 18th century mines, were not easily defensible by a disciple of Adam Smith. However, what is not justifiable is the extraordinary neglect of the problem of productivity and efficient labor utilization. Broadly speaking, employers assumed that the lowest wage bill for the longest hours meant the lowest labor cost per unit of time, that the worker's effort could not be much increased above a given norm, though they were often too lazy to reach this, that the problem of productivity was essentially one of mechanization combined with discipline, and that incentives were mainly useful as an auxiliary to this, if at all. Handbooks for industrialists and managers, though devoting much attention to the economic utilization of raw materials, neglected the problem of labor management almost completely. 25. This is, of course, to oversimplify the part played by incentives in the early entrepreneur's scheme. They were in fact widely used, partly in the form of piece wages, partly in that of subcontract. Yet neither was inconsistent with the view summarized above. The subcontractor was a form of entrepreneur, and entrepreneurs were of course responsive to incentives. Moreover, he set the pace for those under him who did not enjoy incentives, and indeed the prevalence of subcontracting appeared to make incentives to the workers themselves largely unnecessary, except in the case of genuine collective task wages fixed by gangs. The piece master, charter master, or whatever he was called, the skilled craftsman spinner, plater, or smelter who paid his unskilled assistants himself as often as not on straight-time rates, the foreman, or ganger who, almost invariably, worked on a commission basis or as subcontractor. 26. These set the pace and the rest had no option but to follow it. Nor was payment by results itself conceived primarily as a means of raising productivity, but as a means of stopping it from falling below the norm. As Dr. John's Welsh ironmaster claimed, it was the only way to ensure that workers did their duty when they could not be effectively supervised. 27. Or, to quote M. Ponson of Liege, day work is the most disadvantageous method in mines, because the workers, having no interest to work actively, mostly slacken the sum of their efforts as soon as supervision ceases. 28. Indeed, we have examples of deep pits being sunk on time wages for the first few hundred feet, while supervision was possible. but on piece rates thereafter. 29 In general, if an increase in effort was required it was got by driving, though this might imply giving incentives to a limited number of wheel horses. Naturally, grades of workers who resisted disciplined supervision, e.g., skilled craftsmen, could not be so treated. 30 This argument does not apply in the same way to industries which had always been paid by results, for instance the domestic industries in which piecework was a degenerate form of the price which formerly independent artisans had been paid for the sale of his product, or in occupations directly modeled on such industries. Though this attitude cannot be justified, it can be understood. The combination of ultra-cheap wage costs with standard customary labor efforts gave employers a considerable surplus, once workers were trained and experienced, larger perhaps than they might have got by high wages and more intensive efforts. Thus Belgian coal miners were worse paid than those in the Ruhr. Their output per man shift between 1886 and 1910 was consistently 30 to 40% or below the Germans. But over the same period the labor cost of Belgian coal, measured as a percentage of its pithead price, was less, 53.9 against 55.9 per cent. 31 Again, small works may be able, perhaps by close supervision and other factors, to have lower labor costs than all but very large and efficient works, at any rate Rista's figures for British industry in 1937 seem to suggest this. 32 Most early works were small, and where this was so and capital was short, entrepreneurs might think it good policy to utilize the abundant factor, labor, rather than the scarce one, even at the cost of some labor inefficiency per worker. Lastly, it seems probable that even with few incentives, unskilled or simple work can be utilized much more efficiently than skilled or complex work, simply because its pace can be more effectively supervised and controlled, whether by man or machine. A standard American textbook of scientific management estimates that unskilled labor and routine clerical jobs directly supervised in small groups work at 50% or efficiency, semi-skilled machine operators at 38 to 40%, skilled all-round mechanics at 30% or and highly skilled all-round men such as tool makers at 25 to 28%. 33 But this does not alter the fact that for each wage unit paid employers got much less than they might have done, and were largely unaware that this was so. Again, the combination of an unskilled, untrained labor force and mechanization tended to blind them. Raw labor could not be expected to be efficient anyway, one must budget with low per capita output. The increase in output due to technical innovation was so vast that it was easy to forget how much greater it might have been with efficient exploitation. By the aid of mechanical fingers, exclaimed Dr. Ure 34, one Englishman at his mule can turn off daily more yam than 200 of the most diligent spinsters of Hindustan. It seemed not to matter that they might have turned out more, because few entrepreneurs realized the potential economies of really efficient labor exploitation. The carding and spinning master's assistant of 1832 warned employers against rearranging their machinery once installed, even if they found the arrangement to be less than ideal, since the costs of reorganization would probably exceed the savings. 33 Yet this was a patent mistake. It is perhaps impossible, at any rate without long and laborious work, to make an estimate of such inefficiency, but we have at least a guide to it in the report of the UN Commission on Latin American Textile Industries, some of which are extremely archaic. This pioneer study attempts to separate the inefficiency due to obsolete or defective machinery from that due to other factors, chiefly bad organization, e.g., overstaffing, in other words inefficient labor utilization. It concludes that both are equally important causes of inefficiency. In Brazil and Ecuador, the most technically old-fashioned of the industries studied, reorganization would improve efficiency more than new investment. Contrary to what has always been supposed, says the report, bad organization and administration affect productivity as much as the traditional shortage of capital. 36 No historian of early industrial Europe will be in the least surprised at this discovery. The temptations of a cheap labor economy made employers equally reluctant to recognize their inefficiency when it was pointed out to them. Admittedly, few were prepared to instruct industrialists in scientific management except the rare scientist like Charles Babbage. 37 On the other hand, the fact that low wages and long hours were not necessarily identical with the lowest labor costs was proved time and again in business, and could indeed be observed. Brassey gave wide publicity to his proof. 38 As Lucio Brentano pointed out, even the experience of the great wage rise of 1872 proved it, though he was regarded as enunciating a paradox and many observers flatly refused to believe their eyes. 30 Owen's new Lanark had made the point decades before. The judicious Ponson, who gave statistics for output per man day for coal hewers of 113 pits in 4 countries whose shifts ranged from 6 to 15 hours, concluded in 1853, without any detectably philanthropic bias, that 8 hours would seem a reasonable average shift at the coal face. 40 But as late as 1901, 80% of all Belgian workers still labored in excess of 11 hours. 41 When in 1889 unions forced the British gas industry to adopt 3 8-hour shifts instead of 2 12-hour ones, the industry believed itself to be facing a net loss in efficiency and a completely unprecedented method of working, but several gasworks in the country had operated on 8-hour shifts for up to 50 years, their results were available to inspection, and the industry happened to be one in which technical discussion was particularly lively and informed. 42 This resistance to knowledge is also understandable. In practice, great labor efficiency implied higher wages and shorter hours. But in the first place, no businessman likes to raise his costs unless he is certain to recover them, and entrepreneurs had no cast iron guarantee. In the second, it was undesirable to encourage workers to demand higher wages and shorter hours, for where would such demands stop? It was safer, if less efficient, to stick to the old ways, and less pressure on profit margins, increased competition, the demands of labor or other inescapable facts forced a change. But the periods of major economic adjustment after the Napoleonic Wars and the slump of 1873 subjected employers to just this kind of pressure, and hence led to major modifications in the method of labor utilization. In the post-Napoleonic period the effect was delayed, since employers first attempted to exhaust the possibilities of cutting labor costs by extending hours and cutting money wage rates. During the Great Depression new methods tended to be adopted more quickly. Roughly speaking, the mid-century brought the beginning of the substitution of intensive for extensive labor utilization, the latter part of the Great Depression the beginning of the substitution of rational for empirical intensive utilization, or of scientific management. Though it is very probable that the efficiency of labor utilization rose after the 1840s, this is not easy to establish statistically. However, it is clear that the system of labor relations in Britain underwent fundamental changes, and analogous ones are observable elsewhere. Non-economic compulsion virtually disappeared with the decline of the miners' bond and other long contracts, the abolition of the master and servant laws and the full legalization of trade unionism. We can trace the 420 extension of short hiring contracts in the 1850s, particularly in Scotland 43 but also in a variety of local building trade agreements. Piece mastering and subcontract, those almost invariable concomitants of rapid capitalist industrialization in its early stages, may well have passed their peak, at any rate in the older industries. 44 Modifications in the Poor Law also tended to turn it from an instrument of labor coercion into one of relief. 45 As often as not these legal changes ratified a de facto situation. Obviously the substitution of a willing for an unwilling bargain was likely to improve the morale of skilled operatives, and hence their productivity. More important, the movement to shorten hours gained ground, partly through legislation, partly through private arrangements and bargains, as in the Saturday half-holiday, which came into fairly wide use from the 1840s among the builders and in some parts of the provinces, and in London from the mid-50s. 46 Shorter hours virtually obliged employers to raise productivity, and the fact that this could be done was now more widely appreciated. We know so little about systems of management and wage payment that it is dangerous to generalize about them, especially in view of the incredible complexity of the industrial scene. Only three facts are at all certain. First, that from the 1830s on the economists, who had previously discussed SYS terms of wage payment only incidentally as in Adam Smith, Malthus, Say, and Sismondi began to pay systematic attention to them. From the end of the 1830s economic treatises normally contained a special section on the form of wage payments. 47 where writers had been neutral about, or slightly hostile to, piece rates, they now became very enthusiastic about them. Example McCulloch and Michel Chevalier. 48 Second, employers in several countries showed a marked tendency to extend payment by results, i.e., incentive payments entirely mostly in combination with subcontracting and piece mastering. All this led Marx to the familiar view that payment by results was the type of wage system best suited to capitalism. 40 Since we have no reliable statistics, we cannot estimate the success of these efforts. Sometimes they failed, as among British engineers and builders. 50 Sometimes they succeeded, as when Crooks introduced piecework after 1850 together with mass production. 51 Or when new coal fields such as those of South Wales paid most of their workers by results, while in older fields only certain grades such as coal getters had been so paid. 52 But the tendency observed in the British factory inspectors' reports is not in doubt. 53 It was vastly accelerated by the massive construction of the railways, which was paid almost entirely by results, and helped to spread the principle of piecework widely, example into German agriculture. 54 And into the building industry. Lastly, it is clear that the reluctance to increase money wages diminished. Money wage rates took a marked turn upwards in most West European countries after the mid-century, and the first timid defenses of a high-wage economy * could be heard. 55 However, we are pretty much in the dark about the actual increase in labor efficiency, and it is clear that vast areas of industry remained resolutely old-fashioned. After 1880 we sail much less uncharted waters. Since this was precisely the period when labor efficiency came to be considered a subject of special study, at least as important as that of the efficient use of equipment and raw material, it attracted the researcher, the engineer, the government department, and other suppliers of historical material. The main incentive to change came from the well-known tendency of profit margins to decline in the Great Depression. This is also the period when imperfect competition made itself felt on a large scale, when the Second Industrial Revolution got underway, and when a powerful labor movement emerged in several countries, composed, moreover, of workers who increasingly knew the rules of the game. Whether pressure from competition or from labor was more important in turning employers' thoughts towards labor efficiency is uncertain. A case has been made for both. 56 From our point of view, labor pressure is the more interesting, though. 422. It must be borne in mind that the increasing scale and complexity of industrial production made firms more vulnerable to it than they had previously been, as well as making old methods of labor management less applicable. As one of F. W. Taylor's disciples put it, we used to drive workers, but especially if they are skilled. They do not have to stand it. 57 One reason why they did not need to, as a historian of scientific management observes, was that there now had to be a substitute for the effective supervision characteristic of the small shop. 58 Scientific management was the result. 59 In its initial phases, with which we are here concerned, it consisted of three main elements: a careful analysis of the production process, its breakup into simple segments, and the establishment of labor norms for each, a system of costing which enabled the firm to discover the labor cost of each operation and to keep it under constant observation, the elaboration of systems of incentives or supervision capable of making workers labor at maximum intensity. For practical purposes this then meant payment by results. In practice these were generally combined with mechanization, though this is not theoretically essential. It is possible to have mechanization without conscious scientific management as in the early 19th century, and scientific management without capital investment in new machines. To begin with, scientific management shared the old view that there was an optimum labor effort, the manager's job being to stop workers from falling below it. but in abandoning custom and tradition, scientific management discovered that the optimum effort was so much higher than had been believed possible, and thus in practice became a set of methods for raising rather than for maintaining effort. All this involved considerable changes in the behavior of employers. We can follow the evolution of their thought, or rather of that of production engineers, in the debates of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers from about 1886. They began as a search for incentives to replace the effective supervision or driving of earlier days. Hence their first concern was with the elaboration of new forms of payment by results, and the main methods at present in vogue, the premium bonus systems of the Halsey and Rowan types, the Taylor, Gantt, etc., were invented in the following decade. The engineers were then led into a consideration of costing systems, and indeed in some countries the cost accountants were the real pioneers of the movement, as in Britain, where Fels and Gark published their factory accounts in 1887.60. Thence the discussions naturally turned to organization and management itself, and it was at this point that Frederick Winslow Taylor intervened, henceforth to dominate the whole movement. Before 1914 and outside the USA we are still hardly concerned with scientific management in the modern sense, or rationalization based on time and motion study and such like. However, in a more empirical way, even this was implicit in mass production by specialized machines or processes which now expanded greatly, particularly where labor was the expensive factor. Innocent of Taylorism, the Bristol Boutanchu employers, who devised the team system around 1890, applied his principles. They subdivided the process and made sure that the team was waited upon hand and foot and never kept waiting for anything, whereas when they have to shop their own work a waste of time is involved. 61 Any new process automatically involved such labor costing. Where it was carried out by cheap and docile labor, as in many new consumer goods factories, this was not important, because wage costs were in any case low. However, the core of the new industrial revolution was an industry which had been hitherto overwhelmingly operated on a semi-handicraft basis by self-reliant and highly paid workers, metals and engineering. Here the transition to the new system had to be thought and fought out much more consciously than elsewhere. Nor is it surprising that in consequence the metal workers, hitherto rather conservative, became in most countries of the world the characteristic leaders of militant labor movements. The history of such movements since the British lockout of 1897 can be largely written in terms of the metal workers, so much so that for instance the anti-war movements of 1916 to 18 followed a pace set almost exclusively by them. However, if rationalization was in its infancy, payment by results and incentive schemes made their way rapidly. In Britain they were imposed on the Amalgamated Society of Engineers by 1903, after bitter conflicts in the 1890s, and increased steadily up to the 1914 war. 62 Armstrong Whitworth went over to scientific management before 1900, Siemens Schuckert in Vienna adopted premium bonus in that year. 63 The rapid spread of payment by results is not in doubt. In Britain 5% of all engineering and boiler-making workers were on it in 1886, 27.5% in 1906. We can frequently observe the change from time to piece wages, as in the Lorraine Iron Works 65, British Railway Workshops 66, the German railways, and elsewhere. 67 Even where piece wages had long been the rule, as in cotton, the Great Depression brought significant modifications. At the very least, as in the Bolton Spinning List of 1887, it produced a general systematization of piece rates, but it could also lead to the frank recognition of speed up as an element in piece wages, as in Oldham, where joint stock companies predominated. 68 The object of such innovations was, of course, to lower labor cost per unit of output. If this was not achieved, the employer gained nothing by intensification of labor except perhaps some general savings in capital and labor in other sections of production. Backward or docile workers presented no problem. Ideally it might be possible to drive them simply by the speed of the machine or the effectiveness of supervision, paying them flat time rates and appropriating the entire gain. This, the so-called continental system *60 was sometimes applied. Example, when the Coventry ribbon trade went over to factory production in the 1850s and in many early Bhutan shoe factories. 70 The widespread practice of bribing bell horses or chasers as pacemakers for the rest also evaded the problem of incentive payments. Slightly less helpless or stupid workers might be paid a simple bounty or premium for all production in excess of the norm, irrespective how much. Until the Weavers' Union stopped it, this system was much used in Lancashire. 71 Yet strong or educated workers had to be given more realistic incentives, otherwise they would merely go canny. The overwhelming importance of payment by results at this stage therefore reflects largely the fact that employers now had to operate with a working class which knew the rules of the game and would make an effort proportionate to reward, whether or not it was organized in unions. This also discouraged ordinary piecework, for under such a system labor costs were only lowered by periodic rate cutting, always an unpopular process. Hence all the new systems of payment by results tended to make payment automatically regressive, i.e., paid for each increment of production at a lower rate than for the preceding increment, a fact generally, and often intentionally, obscured by their immense complexity. But though the lowering of labor costs thus became automatic and tacit in theory, in practice this seldom happened. Firms rarely had enough skilled efficiency experts or rate fixers to price jobs for good and all. Mass production was rarely so standardized that goods remained the same for long periods. Technical methods and products changed. The new payment schemes therefore often failed to secure tranquil adjustments. They might even, as in engineering, create those constant conflicts over the pricing of new jobs or machines which have made the fortune of shop stewards. Hence the modern tendency to revert to flat time wages, as in the American motor industry. However, before 1914 scientific management and the extension of payment by results still went together, as the writings of Alfred Marshall bear witness. 72 There is hardly any need to demonstrate the results of the new methods. Jukes and Gray have calculated the extent of speed up in cotton spinning between 1876 and 1906, their estimates tallying with those given at the time by the Royal Commission on the Depression of Trade. 73 However, the actual saving in labor cost 23% between 1876 and 1886 was halted thereafter by the resistance of the operatives. The increase of output per head which followed a change from time to result wages and that of accidents which also frequently ensued is so obvious as hardly to need documenting. Our American textbook estimates the efficiency of piece or premium work at 78% as against the percentages for time work quoted earlier. 74 A single example from our period should suffice. In the Belgian glass industry, output per man remained stable at 750 to 800 foot units during the 1890s, rose by about 25% until 1903 when payment by results was introduced, together with a lengthening of the working day, and thereafter shot up, with fluctuations, to about 300% of the 1890 and 200% of the 1903 level by 1909. 75 Employers were at last aware of the fantastic savings in labor cost which scientific labor utilization could bring. It is at least arguable that the tapping of this reserve by efficient exploitation was as important for the continued progress of the economy as the reduction of other costs. 76 In this summary discussion I have necessarily and deliberately oversimplified. Thus I have concentrated on one aspect of incentive schemes, regressive piecework wages, to the exclusion of various other methods of achieving substantially the same results, sometimes, as in the case of Taylor's own SYSTEM, at the expense of other firms by skimming the cream off the local labor market. Moreover, I have concentrated on one aspect of scientific management, the actual direct saving of labor time per worker, rather than on other aspects which, though capital rather than labor saving, have a very direct bearing on the efficient use of labor time also, for instance, various shift work and continuous work systems which were also greatly reformed and expanded in the period after 1880, partly in response to labor pressure for shorter hours. 77 I have also illustrated the argument mainly from a few Atlantic seaboard countries, in order to avoid complicating the discussion further by considering major differences in the chronology of industrial development. The object of this simplification is to direct attention to the main conclusions, as set out earlier. These are obviously very tentative. Until much further work has been done on 19th century workloads and output per man, they cannot be satisfactorily verified. Such studies ought to distinguish, so far as possible as research has often failed to do, between the various cost-reducing effects of mechanization and other forms of reorganization in the division of labor, in the ways attempted by the UN Commission for the Latin American textile industry. This will involve considerable work, and the cooperation of students with good engineering and accounting as well as historical qualifications, for it will involve the analysis of working processes and the cost accounts of many individual works. Perhaps because the available material rarely throws much light on individual work efforts and because historians are rarely qualified to undertake such analyses, the importance of the changes to which this paper has tried to direct attention, has been somewhat underrated. Labor traditions. Part do custom, tradition, and the specific historical experience of a country play in its political movements. So far as the labor movement is concerned, the problem has been more frequently discussed by politicians than by historians. I propose in this essay to illustrate it from a comparison of the experience of France and Britain, the countries with the longest history of the labor movement. The labor movement, whether politically or industrially considered, is, of course, a novel phenomenon in history. Whether or not there is continuity between journeymen's associations and early trade unions, it is mere antiquarianism to think of the movement of the 1870s, or even of the 1830s in terms of, say, the early hatters and cueilleurs trade societies. However, historically speaking, the process of building new institutions, new ideas, new theories, and tactics rarely starts as a deliberate job of social engineering. Men live surrounded by a vast accumulation of past devices, and it is natural to pick the most suitable of these, and to adapt them for their own purposes. The historian, of course, who traces these processes, must not forget the specific function which the new institutions are expected to fulfill. Neither must the functional analyst forget that the specific historical setting must color them. Let us take a pair of extreme examples. In 1855 the slate quarrymen of Trelais, discontented with their economic conditions, decided to take action. They marched on Angers and proclaimed an insurrectionary commune, one presumably with the memory of the commune of 1792 in their minds. 9 years later the coal miners of Ebbavale were equally agitated. The lodges from the valley villages marched onto the 438 mountains, headed by bands. Speeches were made, tea provided by the Ebbavale lodge at 60 ahead, and the meeting ended with the singing of the doxology. 2 Both Welsh miners and Breton quarrymen were engaged on rather similar economic agitations. Clearly they differed, because the histories of their respective countries had differed. The stock of past experience, upon which they drew when learning how to organize, what to organize for, where to pick their cadre of leaders, and the ideology of those leaders embodied, in part at least, specific French and British elements. Broadly speaking, we may say, in the former case, the revolutionary, in the latter the radical nonconformist traditions. Again, concrete illustrations may be useful. The lions weavers and subcontractors, wishing to organize a trade union in 1828, naturally organized their society of mutualists on the revolutionary model. Thus they described their foundation year as year one of regeneration, an obvious echo of Jacobinism, and organized in small conspiratorial groups, which seem to have owed something to Bobovist devices 3, though perhaps also to the old Compagnonnages 4 and to the practical need to circumvent the Chapelier law. Again, under the Second Empire, the labor program was patently derived from classical Jacobin radical doctrine. The left-wingers merely went to Robespierre and Saint-Just, if not to Hébert and Jacques Roux for inspiration, while the liberals sought theirs further on the right. As late as the 1890s, Émile Pouget, the anarchist and later leader of the CGT, modeled his journal Le Père Peinard in title and style on Hebert's Père Duchesne. Moreover, it was the revolutionary ideology which automatically commended itself to the advanced workers and intellectuals who formed the core of the movement's leadership. The porcelain workers of Limoges were Republicans, and easily switched from trade unionist to political methods. Thus, when their union was held up, they promptly organized an insurrectionary commune. 5 The left in the Nièvre department opposed Louis Napoleon's coup d'état, and was organized in a secret society known as the Jean Montaigne. 6 In Britain the situation is more complex, because the original radical democratic tradition had developed two wings, the line between them being largely that between the artisans and craftsmen unionists in the older towns, and the new factory and mining centers, radical secularist on one hand, dissenting Methodist on the other. In London, for instance, the nonconformist tradition never really took root as a left-wing one, which may explain the relatively greater influence of Marxism here in later times. Even so naturally religious a worker as George Lansbury found himself in the Marxist Social Democratic Federation at the outset of his political career, and was never drawn to the dissenting chapels, but to the Church of England, a most unusual state of affairs. In the provinces the road led much more naturally to ILP or Methodist lay pulpit. We have, in fact, two lines of intellectual descent. One goes from men like Tom Paine, through men like the atheist radicals of the Owen Carlyle period, to mid-Victorian secularists like Holyoake and Bradlaugh, and, after 1880, the Marxists. From this tradition the British labour movement derives some of its most important organisational devices, the corresponding society of the 1790s, the pamphlet, the working class newspaper, the petition to Parliament, the public meeting and public debate, etc., also, of course, what little interest it takes in theory. In a sense this first tradition goes back to that branch of the 17th century dissenters which, in the 18th, evolved towards deism and later agnosticism. Part of the other tradition, especially in Calvinist Scotland, goes back directly to that 17th century revolution which was still fought out in terms of religious ideology. Even in England the independent sectarian persisted as a pure type, e.g., in Mark Rutherford's Zechariah Coleman. 7 In the main, however, the labour tradition of dissent derives from the Methodist revival, more specifically, from the series of breakaways after 1810 of which the Primitive Methodist is the best known. It was in this school that the new factory proletarians, rural labourers, miners, and others of the sort learned how to run a trade union, modelling themselves on Chapel and Circuit. One has merely to read the district report of an East Anglian Farm Labourers Union 8-440. See how much they owed to it. From Methodists too, as Dr. Wearmouth has shown, came important devices of mass agitation and propaganda, the camp meeting, the class meeting and others. Above all, however, dissent provided the ideological rallying ground for the leadership of the movement, especially in the mining areas. When Lord Londonderry evicted the leaders of the Durham miners' agitation in 1843, 2 adherents of the local Primitive Methodist circuit found itself victimized. 9 And when in the 1870s a Lincolnshire farm labourers * union found itself in difficulties, it considered merging with the Primitive Methodists. Clearly the sect was to the Durham miners of the 1840s or the Lincolnshire labourers of the 1870s, what the Communist Party is to the French workers today, the cadre of leadership. Such a religious phenomenon is not quite unknown in France. In parts of the South the Huguenot minority has always been, for obvious reasons, inclined to anti-conservatism, and has therefore provided a disproportionate number of left-wing leaders. But on the whole this is not of great importance for the French labor movement. It is easy to explain the different degrees of political radicalism in Britain and France by such difference in tradition. But is the explanation true? A revolutionary tradition may be politically moderate, a religious one need not be so. When the leading communards returned from exile in 1880 they found themselves in the main on the extreme right wing of a movement which was rapidly coming under socialist influence. A willingness to raise barricades does not necessarily indicate an extremist program. For most of the 19th century the French revolutionary tradition was merely an aspect of French liberal radicalism, whose supporters were ideologically quite on a par with respectable British secularist republicans like George Auger. It is significant that the modern form of revolutionism, the Communist Party, in some ways marked as great a break with French traditions as with British ones, though in others it continued both. The fortunes of what is ostensibly one of the most violent trends in French labor, the anarchist, illustrate the point. In general, the small craftsmen and artisans who formed the mainstay of French anarchism were extremely militant. They fought, often with no holds barred as did their counterparts in the small Sheffield metal crafts, and they easily attracted radical intellectuals. But just as the Sheffield terrorists were extremely moderate in their politics, so the French anarchists were essentially on the moderate wing of their movement. Their greatest triumph, the CGT, moved from a parent ultra-revolutionism to a careful social democracy with remarkable speed after the outbreak of World War I. Moreover, that section of French socialism which was later to support the policy of appeasement most passionately, and to collaborate with Pétain Dumoulin, Bellin, and others drew its strength largely from the anarchizing wing of the pre-1914 movement. By and large the French political system had long learned to cope with these older, and often intrinsically moderate, forms of revolutionism. When the French Communist Party was formed in 1920, it was immediately joined by large numbers of respectable middle-class figures, for the tradition that the son of the family begins his career on the extreme left, under the indulgent eye of the clan, to end it in the most respectable of postures 12 was well established. Indeed, a group of revolutionary railwaymen who were to provide several leaders of the new party at first refused to join it for this reason. It was not Bolshevized until some years later. 13 A religious tradition, on the other hand, may be very radical. It is true that certain forms of religion serve to drug the pain of intolerable social strains, and provide an alternative to revolt. Some, like Wesleyanism, may do so deliberately. However, insofar as religion is the language and framework of all general action in undeveloped societies, and also, to a great extent, among the common people of pre-industrial Britain, ideologies of revolt will also be religious. Two factors help to maintain religion as a potentially radical force in 19th century Britain. First, the decisive political event of our history, the Revolution of the 442 century, had been fought out at a time when the modern secular language of politics had not as yet been adopted by the common people. It was a Puritan revolution. Unlike France, therefore, religion was not primarily identified with the status quo. Moreover, habits die hard. As late as the 1890s we find an almost pure example of the medieval, or Puritan approach, the labor churches. John Trevor, who founded them, was a misfit springing from one of those small and super-pious sects of working-class or lower-middle-class hellfire Puritans which were always splitting away to form more godly communities. Like other mid-Victorian intellectual movements, dissent was slowly cracking under the impact of political and social change after 1870, and during the Great Depression, Trevor was drawn towards the labor movement after various crises of conscience and a somewhat checkered spiritual career. Incapable of conceiving a new political movement which should not also have its religious expression, he turned labor into a religion. He was not a Christian socialist, he believed the labor movement to be God, and built his apparatus of churches, Sunday schools, hymns, etc., round it. Of course the dour dissenting artisans of Yorkshire and Lancashire did not follow his peculiar theology, which can best be described as a very etherealized Unitarianism. However, they had been brought up in an atmosphere in which chapel was the center of their social and spiritual life. The Great Depression made them increasingly aware of the cleavage of interests within chapels between employer and worker brethren, and nothing was more natural than to suppose that the political split should take the form of a chapel secession, just as earlier the split between Wesleyan and Primitive Methodists had been one between politically radical and conservative groups. So the labor churches, with their familiar paraphernalia of hymns, Sunday schools, chapel brass bands and choirs, Dorcas clubs, etc., sprang up in the north. In fact, they were a halfway house between orthodox political liberal radicalism and the ILP with which the churches soon merged. 14 This phenomenon, which occurred less than 60 years ago, would clearly have been impossible in a country in which pre-secular traditions of politics had not sunk particularly deep roots. The second factor was the extraordinary psychological strain of early industrialism in the pioneer industrial country, the rapid transformation of a traditional society, based on custom, the horror, the sudden tearing up of roots. Inevitably the masses of the uprooted and the new working class sought an emotional expression of their maladjustment, something to replace the old framework of life. Just as today northern Rhodesian copper miners flock to Jehovah's Witnesses, and among the Basutos the cataclysm of social change finds expression in a revival of magic and witch cults, so all over Europe the early 19th century was an age of overcharged, intense, often apocalyptic religious atmosphere, which expressed itself in revivalist campaigns in mining areas, giant camp meetings, conversions, etc. Now wherever organized religion was, by and large, a strongly conservative force as was the Roman Catholic Church, the active labor movement necessarily developed independently of it. In France, moreover, the great emotional experience of the Revolution had generated, out of purely secular fuel, its own emotional fire to heat the cold life of the workers. We remember the old man of the 1840s dying with the words, "O son of 1793, when shall I see thee rise again?" The great image of the Jacobin Republic beckoned, and it was round the personified Republic that the emotions of struggling men and women most easily gathered, just as later in Germany and Austria they gathered round the personification of their own struggles, the Marxist parties and their leaders. In Britain there was no such living experience, but there were the dissenting conventicles and sects, independent of the state, comparatively democratic, and alive. Hence that experience which is so typical of the British labour movement, the young worker seeing the light, often as a primitive Methodist, and translating his political aims into the terms of the New Jerusalem. 15 This did not necessarily make him any less class-conscious or militant. Evidence of the strongly militant nature of the primitive Methodists in some regions abounds, and Onyxa, Zion as in far-off Dorset even the conservative Wesleyans could find themselves the rallying point for local labor leaders. Nor did this tradition prevent men from making further political advances. In our own days Arthur Horner and William Gallacher both became communists. Are we then to regard our two traditions as so many lumps of plasticine, to be molded to fit the shape of their movement's mood and practical situation? No theory could be less suited to conversion into a doctrine of the inevitability of gradualness than Marx's, yet between the end of the Great Depression and World War I this was done, tacitly or by startling pieces of exegetical acrobatics, in a number of countries. The Roman Catholic Church has insisted on few maxims of social politics more firmly than on the undesirability of organizing masters and workers separately, yet, without significant exceptions, the joint organizations it has sponsored in industrial countries have either drifted out of the labor movement or after some struggles turned into ordinary trade unions. 16 Ideas, in truth, are more elastic than facts. Yet a political or ideological tradition, especially if it sums up genuine patterns of practical activity in the past, or is embodied in stable institutions, has independent life and force, and must affect the behavior of political movements. The plasticine theory is patently an oversimplification. When, however, we try to estimate the real part which such traditions play, we tackle one of the most difficult tasks of the historian. A few points may, however, be legitimately suggested. Thus, in the first place, the dissenting tradition, being politically rather imprecise, was far more malleable than the revolutionary. Behind it there was no such specific historical experience as the French Revolution, with its programs, lessons of tactics, and political slogans, however unsuitable. It was extremely difficult to get away from the fact that the revolutionary tradition glorified the armed revolt of the people against the rich, or from the hallowed methods of such a revolt insurrectionary communes, revolutionary dictatorships, etc. If it was to be turned into its opposite, a theory of gradualism and social collaboration, for example, this could only be done indirectly, for instance, by using its liberal radical aspects against the communists, as the interwar CGT and the post-1945 Catholic Church have attempted to do in idealizing its Proudhonian as against its Bobovist and Blanquist traditions, or as Gambetta did 17 by stressing the common interest of all classes of the people against some common outside enemy, like reaction or clericalism. But the very process of rounding off its edges in practice could only be achieved by glorifying revolution in theory. The genuine conservative had, sooner or later, to make a clean break with it. But the dissenting tradition, insofar as it was religious, was not tied to any special program or record, though long associated with particular political demands. The fallacy of the modern claim that British socialism derives from Wesley, not from Marx, lies precisely in this. Insofar as socialism was a specific critique of a particular economic system, and a set of proposals for change, it derived from the same secular sources as Marxism. Insofar as it was merely a passionate way of stating the facts of poverty, it had no intrinsic connection with any particular political doctrine. In any case, only a slight shift of theological emphasis was needed to turn the actively revolutionary dissenter into the quietist, or to allow the militant left-winger to become the moderate. The difference between the elasticity of the two traditions may be illustrated by individual cases. John Burns's change from revolutionary agitator to liberal minister inevitably implied a breach with his former Marxist beliefs. On the other hand, Mr. Love, the mine owner of Branspeth, a Union man in his youth, who wrecked the Durham Miners Association in 1863-64, could end his life as he had started it, as an active and pious primitive Methodist. 18. A second point follows from the first. A revolutionary tradition is by its very existence a constantly implied call to action, or to sympathy with action. The Newport Rising of 1839 was, numerically speaking, a much more serious, though 446. A much worse managed affair than the Dublin Easter Rising of 1916, yet its effect on the 10 years following was much smaller than that of the Irish venture, and its impact on the British, or even the Welsh popular tradition incomparably less. The one fitted into a picture in which pride of place had long been reserved for the rebel, the other did not. The one therefore easily became inspiration or myth, the other merely an obscure historical incident. The difference is of considerable importance, for it is not the willingness to use violence, but a certain political way of using or threatening violence which makes movements revolutionary. No other European country has so strong a tradition of rioting as Britain, and one which persisted well past the middle of the 19th century. The riot as a normal part of collective bargaining was well established in the 18th century. 19. Coercion and intimidation were vital in the early stages of trade unionism, when the immorality of blacklegging had not yet become part of the ethical code of organized labor. It would be foolish to claim that, had Britain possessed a revolutionary tradition, she would therefore also have had a revolution. It is, however, fair to claim that episodes like the Derbyshire and Newport Risings might well have occurred more frequently, and extremely tense situations, like that in Glasgow in 1919, might not have been so easily settled. 20. It is, of course, quite true that in the normal day's work of the labor movement, the presence or the absence of a revolutionary tradition is not of immediate importance. From the point of view of getting higher wages and better conditions, the Trellay's quarryman's willingness to proclaim the social republic at the drop of a hat was no more and no less than a specially militant form of mass demonstration. It might not even be the most effective way of achieving their immediate economic demands. Or else, it might merely be useful, because in organizing weak and unorganized workers against strong opposition, aggressive and flamboyant tactics are always the most effective. At times of rapid political change and great tension, however, its presence or absence may well be a serious independent factor, for instance in Germany after 1918. The revolutionary tradition, then, was by its very nature political, the dissenting tradition much less directly so. How much this fact contributed to the much more political character of the French labor movement, it is not easy to say. Weak trade union movements generally tend to draw on political campaigning for additional strength, while strong ones tend not to worry about it, and the French trade unions were throughout the 19th and 20th century vastly weaker than the British. Nevertheless, this does not wholly account for two striking phenomena: the much greater speed with which French working-class opinion turned socialist, and the much greater interchangeability of political and industrial agitation. Thus in France the labor and socialist movement began to capture municipalities about 20 years before it did so in Britain. The first British borough to have a Labour radical Irish majority was West Ham in 1898. Yet as early as 1881 the Parti ouvrier won its first majority in Commentry. By 1892, when socialist councillors were still exceedingly rare in Britain, the revolutionary Marxists alone, not counting the possibilists, Allemannists, and the various other bodies sporting the socialist label, commanded over 12 municipalities, among them places like Marseilles, Toulon, and Roubaix. The disparity is even more marked in parliamentary elections. Again, the political activities of the British trade unions have always been extremely limited, though this has been obscured by the fact that those who took part in them were often also trade unionists. They finance the Labour Party, though it is far from clear how far trade unionists vote for Labour because their unions are supporters of the party, or whether they are both. 448. Unionists and Labour voters because they are working-class people. Certainly pure trade union candidates have rarely been successful. In the London of the 1870s and 1880s the candidates put forward by the London Trades Council polled notably worse than those put forward by political organisations like the National Secular Society 21, and in the 1950s the elected convener of shop stewards at a great motor factory might poll a derisory vote in an area full of men who, in their factory, voted for him and, what is even more important, followed him. The sharpness of the distinction is specially clear in the case of a man like Arthur Homer, who was both a political figure and a trade unionist, a combination which is very rare. Horner's career falls into two distinct segments: the early period, when he was primarily a political leader, with a powerful local base in Meurthe, and the later, when after his extrusion from leading positions in the Communist Party he concentrated on his union work. But the Horner who became the ablest leader the British miners have ever had, though he was an ornament of his party, was not in any significant sense a leader of it. 22 Similarly, it is hard to think of any successful or even seriously attempted political strikes in Britain, though sympathy and solidarity strikes are common. The general strike of 1926 belongs to this class. It is hard to conceive of a British equivalent for the general strikes in favour of electoral reform which the Marxist-led movements on the continent led, often with much success, between 1890 and 1914, as in Belgium and Sweden. Political strikes are not inconceivable in Britain, especially at times of intense and almost revolutionary excitement, as in 1920, when one was threatened against British intervention in the Russo-Polish War. Yet the existence of a political tradition almost certainly favours them more, though of course their scope is always more limited than their advocates have often supposed. Third, and most important, a revolutionary tradition by definition envisages the transfer of power. It may do so inefficiently, as among the anarchists, that it need not be taken seriously. But its possibility is always explicit. The historian of Chartism, for instance, can hardly fail to be saddened by the extraordinary feebleness of this greatest of all the mass movements of British labour, and what is more, by the equanimity with which the British ruling class regarded it, when not frightened by foreign revolution. 23 This equanimity was justified. The Chartists had no idea whatever of what to do if their campaign of collecting signatures for a petition were to fail to convert Parliament, as of course it inevitably would. For even the proposal of a general strike was, as its opponents pointed out, merely another way of expressing an inability to think of anything to do, Are we going to let loose hundreds of thousands of desperate and hungry men upon society without having any specific object in view or any plan of action laid down, but trusting to a chapter of accidents as to what the consequences shall be? I shall oppose fixing a day for the holiday until we have better evidence, first as to the practicability of the thing, or the probability of its being carried into effect, and next as to the way in which it is going to be employed. 24 Moreover, when something like a spontaneous general strike did occur in the summer of 1842, the Chartists were incapable of making any use of it, and it was less effective than the spontaneous rioting of the agricultural laborers in 1830, which did, in fact, largely succeed in its limited object of holding up the progress of mechanization on the farms. And the reason for the ineffectiveness of Chartism was, in part at least, due to the unfamiliarity of Englishmen with the very idea of insurrection, of the organization needed for insurrection, and of the transfer of power. Conversely, the French resistance movement during World War II was deliberately not an attempt to take power, at all events on the part of the Communists who, as usual, formed by far its most important and active contingent. The argument that it was, put forward as an excuse for propagandist purposes after 1945 and during the Cold War, is a canard, and 450 has been conclusively disproved. 25 It never had any plausibility or evidence to back it, except conceivably the independent activities of a few local groups which either went against central policy or were unaware of it. Yet the point is that in the conditions of the French movement a special effort was needed to prevent the resistance from taking what would have appeared to be the logical form of a bid for power, that resistance groups, left to their own devices, might well have followed their noses into local attempts to seize power. 26 It is extremely unlikely that any British movement, however militant and radical, would spontaneously do so. How important such differences of tradition are in practice, must remain a matter of speculation. Clearly they are not decisive. They affect the style of a movement's activities rather than their, or its, nature. Yet style may be of more than superficial interest, and there may well be times when it is the man, or rather the movement. Obviously this will rarely be so where for instance movements conform to rigidly determined patterns of organization, ideology, and behavior, as among communist parties. Yet everyone with knowledge of communist movements knows that the extreme international uniformity which was imposed on them from the mid-1920s on no more prevented striking differences in the national atmosphere and style of communists than the uniformity of the Catholic priesthood makes the Irish Church identical with the Italian or Dutch. Where the conscious forces shaping the movement are less strong, the stylistic effects of tradition may be even more obvious. An instructive example is that of the peace movement, which has always been abnormally strong in Britain, and relatively weak in France. An aggressive and sometimes militant patriotism has, since the Jacobins, been deeply ingrained on the French extreme left, and indeed had dominated it except at certain historical periods when the tricolor was seized by other hands. One might go so far as to suggest that the periods of maximum unity and power of French labor have been those when it could stigmatize the ruling classes not merely as exploiters but also as traitors, as during the Paris Commune, during the Popular Front period and especially during the Resistance. 27 On the other hand, a moral dislike for aggression and war as such has always been deeply ingrained in the British labour movement, and is plainly one of the most important parts of its liberal radical and often, specifically of its dissenting heritage. It is no accident that in 1914 the ILP was the only non-revolutionary socialist party in a belligerent country and indeed almost the only socialist party in any country which as a body refused to support the war, but then, Britain was the only belligerent country in which two ministers both liberals resigned from the cabinet for the same reason. Time and again opposition to aggression or war has been the most effective method of unifying or dynamizing the British left, in the late 1870s, at the time of the Boer War, during the 1930s, and again in the late 1950s. The contrast between the peace movements of France and Britain after 1945 is particularly illuminating, because it is difficult to find any factors other than those of tradition to explain it. France has had no spontaneous mass peace movement, but only a phase when the Communist Party put its energies behind an anti-nuclear appeal, and therefore collected a great many signatures. The British have had no important political organization willing to mobilize public opinion against nuclear war or capable of doing so. On the other hand, an unofficial group of people could improvise the implicitly pacifist campaign for nuclear disarmament, which has not merely become the most massive anti-nuclear movement in the world, with 452. The possible exception of that of the Japanese, and a model for foreign imitators, but a major force in British politics outside its narrow terms of reference. For it was largely on the issue of peace that the left wing within the labor movement rallied to overthrow the long domination of a right-wing party leadership.